basically Frank was making up a lot of weird claims. Like, most of them seemed like lies about why he was gone for so long. He was talking about how his business partner tried to, I don't know, take advantage of him, but what it sounded like was he wasn't able to pay any of his employees because I guess he wasn't making enough money, or maybe he's just, I don't know, an idiot and figured he could get away with it or something for a while. But anyway, Frank has made a lot more videos since then. He's shoveling out content like normal, so we're going to go through all of his most recently uploaded videos.
Well, unironically, after I spend about $600 to fix my 2001 Ford Taurus, we are not so lucky. And, you know, on a car that's only worth $1,000, 2001 Ford Taurus, even though the mileage is relatively low, around 90,000 now, there's no way this isn't going to be totaled. You know, to replace the bumper, the hood, all the damage in here, you know, even if it's minor, there is...
Let's look that up. 2001 Ford Taurus. I kind of have, yeah, okay, yeah, they're pretty cheap. So there are some ones with lower mileage that are around 2,650. This is in Canadian dollars, by the way, too. So keep that in mind. I think he's around correct, maybe. Like, I guess in American dollars, most 2001 Ford Tauruses are going to go for around, like, probably 1,000 to 2,000. Why would he spend $600 repairing a car like that? Like, he's claimed that he has a day job too. Like, he has his YouTube channel, he has a day job where he claimed he was making $50,000 a year. And he has the Frankie's free range meat thing. Why wouldn't you just get like a newer kind of used car that's not like ridiculously expensive, but just a newer used car? If this is such a piece of shit, like, okay, paying half the value of the car to repair it seems a little stupid. Pretty weird.
There's no way this is going to be any less than $2,000 or $3,000. So I guess this is just going to be a matter of how much of a check the insurance company wants to write me for this hunk of crap. You know, I bought new snow tires for the car. It's a little dented, but, you know, for a 20-year-old car, you know, it's in really good shape, and I was hoping to drive it for, you know, another year or two.
What?
Save up some money for a new car. So it's Saturday, end of February, I don't know the exact date, and this is actually the day before I was planning on filming a video for the Monday, just to like return to YouTube hopefully. And I'm going to be posting this after that video because I don't want, you know, this to be, you know, the first video that you guys see. But it kind of is a testament to how everything's been going lately. You know, I'm kind of just, you know, so disappointed and over everything. I wasn't even paying attention on the highway. You know, I actually told myself, you know, because I wasn't really focused, you know, that I probably shouldn't drive. I should probably take a cab or something home and then...
So, okay, I think I know what fucking happened. Frank has done live streams and he shot videos where he was in the car talking. What probably happened was he figured, oh, okay, cool, like, I guess I'll film a video of me, you know, driving and talking about all the stuff that's happened lately, and then I'll upload that. He probably was filming, and he got distracted by his camera or yapping too much or something, and then he fucking crashed. That's what it sounds like. Or he was just being an idiot and he was on his cell phone. But it sounds like, yeah, he was probably filming, and then he got distracted and crashed.
Not do anything else today, but unfortunately I decided I had to drive over to Queens to drop something up, which is, you know, normal. I usually drive around the boroughs a couple times a week, and this time I was going maybe 30 or 40 miles per hour on the Whitestone Bridge, and that connects the Bronx to Queens. I don't really know if the guy stopped short, but The lane to the left of me was clear. The lane to the right of me was clear. Just the lane I happened to be in was going slow. And since I wasn't paying attention, I hit the guy going like maybe 25, 30 miles per hour.
Yeah.
I hit my brakes, but the 2001 Ford Taurus. If it was a new car, I wouldn't have gotten in an accident because...
Cool story, bro. Oh my god, that's the biggest load of bullshit I've ever heard. So he wasn't paying attention. This is the dumbest fucking video to upload if you're trying to get a claim from your insurance company. Oh my god, that's so fucking stupid. Why would you incriminate yourself? So he has to... Yeah, so like if it's determined that you're the one at fault, then you're probably going to have to pay a bigger deductible, I'd imagine. But even then, still, your rates are going to go up. Like, why would he admit guilt like that? What a dumbass.
Even if I hit the brakes as late as I did, they would have actually worked. But, going downhill in that heavy car, two-wheel drive, snow tires, just rained. Car wasn't going to stop in time, unfortunately. So you guys heard yesterday, I've been down every day trying to keep Frankie's Strange meet up and running, and this is just going to make things a little...
Yeah, notice the narcissism here? How, okay, like, I'm the one who hit him, but it's not my fault. It was the car's fault. Like, oh yeah, it's an old car, the brakes don't work, it was raining, snow tires. Yeah, dude, like, most people kind of adjust their driving based on their vehicle and the conditions. Like, if your brakes aren't quite as good as, like, I don't know, a modern car or having new brakes and the weather isn't that great, yeah, most people adjust their driving. So they go slower, they brake sooner, they pay more attention. I love how we can't admit, oh yeah, I was being stupid.
A little more difficult. Hopefully my dad lets me drive his car a couple days. I don't know if I should rent a car or if I should just... obviously I have to find a new car as soon as possible. But until that happens, I need something to drive every day. It's not like I'm hanging out at home doing nothing. I guess we could take another look at the car damage. I honestly don't have enough mechanical knowledge to know if, it would be safe to drive this car another 40, 50 miles. Judging by how, the whole block here is hit in, I would guess no. I don't really think any fluid's leaking out of the bottom. I don't see anything. Everything is kind of jacked up in here. It wasn't just, the hood. It did, kind of dent everything back. This, over here. So with my limited mechanical knowledge, car definitely isn't safe to drive.
Even if it was, the cops would stop you for sure. Karen, he's just an absolutely baffling human being. Like, he still has a pretty small channel. I think his subs are still going up, but in terms of viewership, his views have been stagnant since, like, he created his channel. But yeah, he's like the only small channel where if I make a video on them, it gets, like, usually the videos get a lot of views. It's just because he's an absolutely baffling human. It's weird. I've never come across somebody who's just so bizarre.
With my slightly higher knowledge of body damage from past accidents, definitely need to buy a new car because the insurance company is not going to fix this. I don't know what they're actually going to value the car at, to be honest. Either way, they're not going to fix it. But, outside of the...
Yeah, no shit, they're not going to bother to fix a shitty old car like this.
It's in really, really good shape.
Repairs are going to cost more than the actual car.
I was hoping to take this for another 100,000 miles, well, maybe 50,000 miles. I just replaced, the struts. Look, these struts here, this is all new. I just replaced all the front brakes. It's all new inside. I replaced the...
What? What the fuck? He literally just said, oh, the brakes are old, they don't work. He literally just said he replaced the fucking brakes so the car works better. And then he blamed the fucking brakes on the accident. What? Oh my god, he can't even, like, stick to his own story. My boyfriend calls those kind of people that don't wear helmets.
Ball joints, I replaced, the power steering pump. I just put, $700 into this car at the worst time possible, but it's whatever. This is kind of weird because I got an email from Cars and Bids yesterday, which I didn't realize I even signed up for. And they were selling a car that I was looking for a while because it's actually the lowest EMF car. It's a 1981 Mercedes 300D.
What? Lowest EMF car? 1981 Mercedes. Wait. What was it?
Selling a car that I was looking for a while. It's a 1981 Mercedes 300D.
What kind of absolute fucking dumbass would get a car like this? Like, and what does he mean, the lowest EMF car? Like, what, it doesn't have a radio in it? Like, Frank, you can just pull the radio or the stereo out of any car, dude. Why? It doesn't make any sense.
Frank probably got impatient and changed lanes when some person was already going fast in the lane he was trying to merge into.
I think he meant slow in the lane that he was trying to merge into. It's possible, but I like the way he explained it, since like he was talking about how this was supposed to be the first video he was going to upload to his channel or something. I think he was trying to film a video while he was driving, and he even talked about how he wasn't really paying attention. And then he got into the accident. So, no, I think he was trying to film a video or do something stupid while driving. And then he got into an accident. I think that's what happened. Like, you know, it could be the case that he was trying to merge into a lane, but he was going too fast and the car in front of him was going slow and he was being impatient. But no, I think he was trying to film a video and then he just crashed. But thanks, Selection.
But there's actually a 250D model as well, which is lower horsepower. And they had this all-stock Mercedes 250D available for sale. I think it ended up going for $12,000, and it only had like 30,000 miles, which actually wasn't that bad. It's just, you know, a 250D isn't a safe car to really drive now. Even the 300D would be kind of risky. I mean, the 0 to 60 of the 300D might be close to my 2001 Ford Taurus, but, you know, compared to most cars now, it's not really safe merging on a highway in, you know, a 1980s diesel vehicle. But I'm gonna go look online.
Would it even be legal to drive that just because of the emission standards? Like, especially it being a diesel. Like, that doesn't even sound like you could actually drive. Like, have that pass an emissions test.
And later to see if there are any diesel trucks available around that year with low mileage that are close to me. I just, you know, buying a car was the last thing I planned on doing at this point in time. I mean, can I go to the junkyard,
this video.
get a hood, get the front left headlight? I don't really know. It looks like there's too much interior damage. No, I bet if you did a really ghetto job of fixing this, like you went to the junkyard, you parted out the front bumper, the headlight, the hood, you know, it probably only cost you a few $100s in parts, but I can't imagine the amount of labor to take all this apart. It probably wouldn't even be worth it. I would guess this is at least, you know, 15, 20, 30 hours of
They're all grandfathered, okay.
Take the hood off, take the bumper off, take the headlight off, just put everything on. You know, the only thing I'm really worried about is buying a new car, and by new car I mean a used car, because there's no way I'm actually buying a brand new car, and then having mechanical issues with that one. And, you know, I always told myself that I'm not gonna buy a nice car until I go for a year or two without getting into an accident in New York City. But this is like the second major accident I've been in my entire life. Or well, third actually. Third major accident where the car is basically totaled. And you're getting close to 30 now, which I don't think is too bad. The other accidents that prevented me from
That's
getting
pretty
a car,
bad, dude. Holy shit, if you've only been driving for 10 years and you've already totaled 3 cars, yeah, that's pretty bad.
were just like fender benders. Like if I bumped into a car or someone scratched my car, I would count that as like, all right, I have this.
That's basically totaling a car every 3 years. Every 3 years you have a car, you get into such a bad accident that it's like a write-off. It's done.
Don't want to buy a car, but just, working down here, not sleeping that well, tired all the time. I didn't eat today. Just not too enthusiastic. It's bound to get into some accidents. So it's been about an hour. I called up insurance company, tow company, body shop, and I found out that I don't have collision insurance on this vehicle. So I'm under my parents' umbrella policy. This is actually, registered in my dad's name. So
he doesn't even have his own insurance. Frank, what are you, a fucking 8-year-old? What the fuck? He's 30 and he doesn't even pay for his own fucking car insurance? And he lives with his parents still? What the fuck is going on with this guy? What the shit?
I didn't know the specifics on the policy, and then when I called them up, they told me, hey, you don't have collision insurance on that vehicle, which basically means you're not covered. So what's going to happen is they're going to send this car to the body shop. They're going to tell me it's something crazy like $3,000 to fix it, which is worth more than the car. So at least I'm not out that much money. The car is worth, maybe $1,000, $1,500, and then just the few $100s I invested to fix it a couple of weeks ago. The only issue is, for me to find a car at $1,000, $2,000 that's this reliable is incredibly unlikely. I'm probably gonna have to spend money I don't have.
Why is he going on about this?
Car. So
it's so weird. Why would he upload this?
There's probably...
Does he just upload this sort of shit for pity or something? Like he thinks people feel sorry for him or some crap? I'm surprised too. This video didn't get massively downvoted. Weird. Sorry for the car, but I'm very pleased Frank is returning to YouTube. He's literally the last YouTuber I watch on YouTube. The issues you are having are reminiscent of what life is like for a young, ambitious male of your age. Expect more obstacles like this for the remainder of your life and keep going, you'll be fine. Okay, so Frank's entire audience are mentally disabled children. Okay.
At least some internal damage, so even if we could go to a junk shop and get the bumper, the hood, and the headlamp, it's just not worth it at this point. Tow truck's here, so I guess we'll wrap this up. So it's Wednesday of the next week. The crash was 5 days ago on Friday. I went down on Monday to look at the Taurus, see what the damage was. And
yeah, Frank's my age. He's 29.
It was dark outside. I couldn't really see, the inside of the hood too well. And at that mechanic shop, super bright, super sunny. Took one look. Whole radiator holder was cracked. The suspension. Car is definitely totaled. They can't fix the Taurus, so I guess this is the end of Frankie Boy's 2001 Ford Taurus. Tomorrow I'm going to go down, give them the title of the car. I'm going to salvage it for maybe $500. I could get the snow tires taken off and sell the other tires. It's just not really worth, what are they worth? $100, $150, and then I got to negotiate with the salvage yard, get the tires off down there, but it's not worth it. Over this week, though, I had to rent a car. So behind me, I have 2021 Chevy Malibu. And guys, after driving a 2001 Ford Taurus going into a 2021 Chevy Malibu, you feel like you're in a race car. Granted, I had a headache most of the time because there's actually an antenna in the car. It has its own Wi-Fi hotspot. And that's the problem with newer cars is the EMF level.
So this is complete bullshit. Frank is literally insane. He's suffering from a mental disorder. I can't remember the technical term, but there's actually a mental disorder where people believe that they're under the influence of EMF when they're not. This is being extensively researched. There has never been one single case of somebody being able to reliably determine whether or not they're actually under the influence of EMF. I remember there was a bunch of studies conducted where they got people, they had them next to like an EMF emitter, and then they asked them, okay, is the machine on? Is the machine off? Like, are you experiencing headaches now? One study, they didn't have any EMF emitter in the room, and they actually made sure that it was in a shielded area, so no EMF was present. And all of the test subjects said, oh yeah, oh my God, I feel a headache now and all this crap. It's just in your head. Like, this is so bullshit. Frank, if you're actually able to reliably detect EMF, and each time you're around like some sort of EMF emission device, like, I don't know, a Wi-Fi hotspot, and you get headaches, you are literally the only person on the planet that can do that. So I'd love for Frank to actually get studied. I think it's a medical marvel, and he should be submitted as like some sort of case report and have this actually be studied. Because, Frank, if you're able to do this, you'd literally be the only person on the planet who can reliably detect EMF. So this is just total horseshit.
The magnetic, electric, as well as radio frequency fields can be very, very, very high. So I've been looking for an older car, and I already got one. This is a 2009 Honda CR-V complete steel, 53,000 miles. I paid $8,000 for it. $8,000. These retail for $25K.
So I'm not understanding why Frank is living with his parents, not even paying rent, not paying for insurance on his own fucking car, and then like he can just buy a new car for $8,000. Why are his parents so insanely accommodating to him? It's kind of strange. I don't even know if he paid for it. Maybe if it was his parents.
That's like 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, that has low mileage, usually paying about 40 to 50% of the new price car. This was 1/4. This was by far the best deal out of any low mileage car I saw online. By far. If you look up 2009 Honda,
oh my God,
over the next year or so. So I'm excited. I'm going to get the plates this weekend. I did really want to get a nicer car, in the name of the business, but the way things are going financially now, and the chances of something happening to the car in the Bronx, I figured this was perfect. It's 4-wheel drive, it's safe, the heat works. Oh, that's the other thing. The 2001 Taurus, the heat didn't work. A luxury vehicle, but bye-bye.
That was a completely pointless video to upload. I don't know what he thought uploading that, but okay, thanks for the weird shit. So this is uploading that, but okay, thanks for the weird shit. So this is 5 steps to prevent dementia and Alzheimer's. Okay, basically, best thing you can do to prevent Alzheimer's is make sure you get regular sleep. Lack of sleep is probably the #1 risk factor. Second biggest risk factor are probably just cardiovascular risk factors. So being overweight, high LDL cholesterol in your blood, high blood pressure, things like that. So cardiovascular risk factors will also increase your risk. And yeah, there's an association between Alzheimer's and high consumption of saturated fat, processed food like processed sugar. So I can already see some stupid shit. Medications, Wi-Fi exposure, omega ratios. There's not any good evidence for that, I know for sure. I think that's just protein consumption here. Oh man, I would, of course he doesn't link any research. Wi-Fi exposure. Are you fucking kidding me?
Everyone has directly experienced the cognitive decline of a family member, whether...
What's so strange, too, about using Wi-Fi exposure is, we're talking about people who are in their 60s, 70s, 80s who are experiencing Alzheimer's right now. A lot of these people probably don't even know how to use fucking computers. They're so old. Chances are, over their entire lifetime, they haven't really been exposed to much Wi-Fi at all. They might not even really be exposed to much Wi-Fi in their daily lives right now just because they're fucking old. They don't use things like fucking laptops and Bluetooth and shit like that. They're not rolling around with fucking Bluetooth headphones. So it's that makes it especially strange. I don't know where the fuck he would have gotten this idea from.
Whether it's your grandparents, parents, brothers, sisters, it's one of the worst things to ever happen. On the lesser end, someone having memory issues, forgetting conversations they had mere days ago, to extreme circumstances of violent behavior and not knowing who they are.
It's really weird how he changes his voice for these videos.
I posted a vlog where I visited my grandmother's doctor to ask him to take her off certain medications.
What? He's asking his grandmother's doctor to take her off of medications.
Any plan?
I do want to do more skits. What was the video titled? I think it was Day in the Life of a Stressed Out New Yorker. Day in Life, yeah.
I guess it's another day of Frankie Boy doing things he doesn't want to do. So, well, what's new? You can't do anything about it because no one listens to me. The other hand, we'll see. Hopefully the guy's here. So I'm gonna go inside right now and we'll see what he has to say. This dirtbag flavor because the meat is super fresh.
Don't see anything about his grandmother, okay.
To ask him to take her off certain medications I knew were contributing to her cognitive decline. I warned my mother that my grandma wasn't going to be around too much longer taking that medication in that environment, following that diet. My mother brushed it off, so did my aunts and uncles. Now, unfortunately, my prediction came true and my grandmother needs 24/7 care, so hopefully I can help someone willing to listen and their loved one can enjoy many more years of their life. So these 5 are elements that I've gone over in past videos.
Anticholinergic statins, antidepressants, antipsychotics, anti-Parkinson's, bladder, epilepsy. What? The antidepressant and antipsychotic ones. Okay, the antipsychotics, maybe I've heard some like really potent antipsychotic medications have like really, really nasty side effects. Antidepressants, that is extremely fucking hard to believe. If we're talking about SSRI medications, they're just serotonin reuptake inhibitors. Yeah, they can have bad side effects like cause sexual dysfunction and shit, but never seen anything relating that to Alzheimer's. Anti-Parkinson's medications? I don't know what he means by anti-Parkinson's medications, but yeah, there are medications designed for Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's disease is a neurological disorder. So why wouldn't you take medication for Parkinson's? Well, like, that's crazy. He's telling people who have a neurological disorder not to take medications to treat it? And I don't know what he means by bladder and epilepsy. This is weird. I think statins actually helps to prevent or treat Alzheimer's. Let's just quickly Google.
Die Hard fan.
Yeah, so in addition to their cardiovascular benefits, statins appear to reduce the risk for developing Alzheimer's dementia. Evidence for this effect is not consistent. Some large studies find no benefit, while others demonstrate an effect important enough to grab our attention. Most recently, carefully designed review and analysis conclude that Alzheimer's dementia risk is diminished with statin use, attributing the earlier disagreements to differing approaches that researchers took in gathering and understanding their results. Blah, blah, blah. That's not terribly surprising since cardiovascular risk factors are associated with Alzheimer's dementia risk. So any type of drug that helps to reduce heart disease risk, probably beneficial for dementia. I don't know where the fuck he's getting this statins cause dementia bullshit. That's just crazy. Karen Barr, appreciate it. Maestro Schlop, $22. Frank is the most incompetent arch nemesis yet. Like, I'd feel bad if I had to deal with this idiot's half-baked world domination plans on a semi-consistent basis. At some point, you just have to let him get a win so he wouldn't off himself type of deal. Oh, I'd let him fucking kill himself. Who gives a shit? Good. But thanks for the nation, Mastro. I don't know how his parents handle him. It's baffling to me how they're so accommodating. Like, the guy's almost 30, and they're paying for his insurance. He lives with them for free and shit. It's really strange. The relationship he has with his parents is just plain fucking weird. But thanks for the donation, Matt. Or not Matt, Mastro. Matt donated.
Especially the 6 basics of health. Today specifically, we're going to apply them minimally, invasively to an elderly person's lifestyle. Number 1, most importantly, get them off any prescribed medications, notably statins. This requires an understanding.
Whoa! Frank is advising people to get their family members off of any prescribed medications. Is he out of his fucking mind? Yeah, I don't know, man. That is definitely borderline on the terms of service issue. Yeah, he's like promoting harmful or dangerous acts for sure. This guy's literally saying, yeah, don't listen to your doctor. Take your fucking grandma off of all of her prescribed medications. He literally didn't even name specific ones. He just said all of them, most problematic being, like, holy crap, that is fucking psychotic.
Of the drug, what it does. Most people just listen to everything the doctor says as gospel, as opposed to researching it on their own. Back around that same time of year.
Frank, yeah, doctors aren't always right, but I think a fucking medical doctor is a little more trustworthy than you, dude. No offense.
A year and a half ago, I made a video titled Statins Explained in 5 Minutes. If you want the detailed explanation about what they do, check out that video.
Let's actually take a look at that right now.
Statins are a class of drugs often prescribed by doctors to help lower cholesterol. Studies claiming that statins reduce risk of heart attack, stroke, and even death from heart disease by up to 35%. But you know what's odd? These studies disappeared in 2005 when they...
I don't know what this article is. Did he link it? On the issue of whether cholesterol-lowering treatment lowers the risk of cardiovascular disease, the paper said claims of benefit from statin trials have virtually disappeared since new regulations introduced in 2005 by health authorities in Europe and the US specified that all trial data had to be made public, authors examined, blah, blah, blah. Where is he getting this from? Like, I mean, you can look on PubMed, like right now, statins... Meta-analysis. Comparison of statins for secondary prevention in patients with ischemic stroke, transient ischemic attacks. So secondary prevention, that means you've already had a heart attack. Let's see, conclusion. Evidence strongly suggests that statins are associated with a reduction in the absolute risk of ischemic strokes and cardiovascular events. Differences in effects among statins were modest, signaling potential therapeutic equivalence. All right. So that was from 2019. Like, what is he talking about? What is he talking about? Like, disappearing research. These are one of the most well-researched class of drugs.
They made it a requirement to make all statin trials public. But hey, let's just ignore that because we're making too much money on statins. The real cause of heart disease
How is that relevant?
is omega-6 fatty acid, linoleic acid. When you consume large amounts of vegetable seed oils, they oxidize in your body, causing massive systemic inflammation in just about every cell. They get lost.
Okay, so this is complete bullshit. There are lots of studies on omega-6 to omega-3 ratio, risk of heart disease. A lot of them are mixed. Some show increased risk, some show decreased risk, some show no effect. I can concede that, okay, if you eat were like really, really high levels of some of these processed like seed oils, like, I don't know, cottonseed oil all the fucking time. Like, I don't know, you inhale potato chips and shit like that. Yeah, probably bad for you. But as far as it being the cause of heart disease, that is complete fucking nonsense. The number one risk factor for heart disease is the absolute magnitude of exposure of the vasculature to LDL. That's the number one risk factor, and this is being proven in Mendelian randomization studies. Independent of any other risk factor, LDL increases your risk of heart disease.
Lodged in your arteries, but if you're consuming a natural diet, you won't have these inflammatory plant fats in your body in the first place. Now, what?
Yeah, okay, so this is beyond stupid. So Frank doesn't understand what omega-6 is. Omega-6 is an essential fat. You have to eat it. If you don't, you will die. So claiming that, like, this, the way he worded it, it seems like omega-6 is somehow avoidable. Okay, Frank, if you do not consume omega-6, you will die. There was actually a really weird case report. There was a girl who got shot in the stomach with a shotgun. So her stomach, her intestines were just gone. The only way to keep her alive was to feed her intravenously. And what happened was they actually didn't know what omega-6 was at the time. So when they were feeding her, they didn't include any omega-6 in her intravenous feeding. And she developed this like unheard of deficiency and had a weird side effect from it. Literally no one on the planet has ever experienced that because everyone is going to consume omega-6 to some extent. Then once they found out what it was, they fixed the feeding protocol. But like, Frank, meat has omega-6 in it. So if you're going to claim that, okay, these things are inflammatory, they're, oxidative, meat has that. So what are you talking about? Meat has other pro-oxidants in it. Heme iron. This guy eats so much red meat. Heme iron is a pro-oxidant. It will cause oxidative modification to your LDL. So, if he's going to make the statement that, okay, oxidative modification to the LDL is what causes heart disease, then, okay, meat causes heart disease. You're going to have to admit that. This is insane. Casca.
But I would love to witness an Avi Frank debate on heart disease.
Oh, that would be just miraculous. Frank and Avi have interacted before, and Frank basically just threw a temper tantrum. Avi commented on one of Frank's videos, and yeah, Frank basically just threw a temper tantrum in his comment section. There's no way Frank would ever agree to debate Avi because he knows he'd lose. Frank hasn't done any debates in quite a while because of me, and he's kind of discovered that, oh, I'm actually an idiot. But yeah, that would be a dream come true. Thanks for the nation selection.
What do statins actually do? They kill your cells. Simple as that. Their mode of action is primarily via inhibition of HMG-CoA reductase, that is hydroxymethylglutarol coenzyme A, the rate-limiting enzyme in the cholesterol biosynthesis pathway. If we take a look at this pathway, the statins are at the top, inhibiting acetyl coenzyme A, the goal being to reduce cholesterol. But look at all of the other metabolic functions and processes in the body.
Statins do not increase risk of all-cause mortality. Look, there are potential side effects with statins. Yeah, they can, in some cases, cause muscle loss. They can affect things like energy sometimes. Usually the sort of contraindicators where statins are causing a worse health outcome than would otherwise be present if you were not using them, it's pretty rare. So, if the alternative is dying of a heart attack or getting your first heart attack, if the alternative is getting a heart attack, potentially dying, becoming crippled. A heart attack can easily cripple you. Or getting a second heart attack, which, even increases your risk of death or being disabled even more. If the choice is between that and potential side effects of statins, more often than not, the statins are a better option. And again, typically, side effects from statins are pretty minor. Most people don't have any issues from taking them. So this is just insane. Like, again, Frank, I'd love to see evidence that statins are horrible and they increase risk of death or disease or whatever.
We are trying to stop. The amount to go over here and understand for the average person is astronomical. Acetyl coenzyme A is a molecule that participates in biochemical reactions in protein, carbohydrate, and lipid.
This is just such a typical sort of tactic for these cholesterol denying morons. Don't go into the research, just bring up a bunch of terms and these complicated things that no normal person would understand and just fearmonger. It's like, oh, look, statins affect this right here, and then there's all these downstream effects. Is there any data that they're ever going to pull up on, whether or not statins increase your risk of dying, cause you to have, I don't know, some horrible side effects, disabilities? No, it's just fearmongering. This chart is confusing and scary to most people, and this is what they do.
Cholesterol and coenzyme Q10, a vitamin present in all eukaryotic cells. Normally, acetyl coenzyme A would be reduced into mevalonate. The mevalonate pathway is not only necessary for cholesterol and coenzyme Q10 production, it makes thousands of different molecules, such as heme, vitamin K, all of the steroid hormones. After several more metabolic reactions requiring various enzymes and genes, we branch off into two of the most important things for our body: cholesterol and coenzyme Q10. Cholesterol comprises all of our cell membranes, so without it, we can't heal our bodies. It's also a key component for bioproduction.
Okay, Frank, statins don't prevent you from creating any cholesterol, dumbass. What's the claim being made here? He's saying, oh, without cholesterol, we wouldn't be able to construct cells or heal. What does that have to do with statins? They don't eliminate your ability to produce cholesterol. All they do is regulate your serum cholesterol so that you don't, die of a heart attack. And, completely unrelated claim.
Production. So by taking statins, you are impairing your body's digestive ability. It's needed as a precursor for all hormones, including vitamin D3. My grandma actually craves ice cream when they put her on a statin because her body is crying for energy. Coenzyme Q10 is...
What? Oh my god, that is so fucking stupid. Frank, I think your grandma just likes ice cream, dude. I don't think it has anything to do with her being on fucking statins. Is that listed as a side effect? May increase cravings of ice cream? What the fuck?
Is important for mitochondrial respiration,
energy.
the energy production inside every single cell. The mitochondria are the most important factor in healthy aging and wellness. Statins essentially poison your mitochondria, inhibiting your ability to produce energy, and can even kill cells off completely.
This is bullshit.
This is why many people who take statins have muscle weakness and are unable to exercise. A good analogy for taking statins...
Yeah, so that's just a bullshit claim. Most people don't have severe side effects from statins, so that's just bullshit.
Is that they are like reducing the speed of your car from 100 miles per hour to 80 miles per hour because you are driving towards a brick wall. Yes, it might increase your likelihood of surviving the accident, but you are not looking at the right solution. Stop driving towards the wall. We know that...
So he literally just admitted that statins reduce risk of heart attack and death. And then he's saying, don't take statins. What?
Statins are not healing people. We need to remove inflammation from the diet, get rid of the omega-6 fatty acids, especially the vegetable seed oils, reduce our refined carbohydrate and sugar intake, and consume more high-quality, nutrient-dense animal foods.
Yeah, so like literally the foods that you basically just admitted to cause heart disease. He just claimed that any any oxidizer will increase the risk of heart disease. So he said, omega-6, it's a pro-oxidant. It causes oxidative modification to your LDL. Okay, heme iron does that. So the animal foods we're talking about right now cause heart disease by your own admission.
Check out my video, Why Cholesterol is Good for You, as well as do our bodies produce enough cholesterol to understand more about the...
Oh my god. You know what, I think we're gonna end up going down a rabbit hole where, okay, let's look at this stupid video, and then he links to another dumb video, so let's just go back to the Alzheimer's video.
That statins kill your brain cells by inhibiting the body's ability to utilize cholesterol, which is a necessary cell nutrient. But this isn't limited to statins.
That is complete nonsense. So cholesterol can't enter the blood-brain barrier. So claiming that the statin medications cause Alzheimer's because they prevent you from producing enough cholesterol. Cholesterol can't pass the blood-brain barrier. So no, that makes no fucking sense.
Many medications, as well as chemicals, pollutants, additives in those medications contribute to cognitive decline. Another video I did was on allergy medications such as Benadryl, which most people think is harmless, causing memory loss. Millions and millions of people taking these harmless over-the-counter drugs. You have antidepressants, antipsychotics, anti-Parkinson's, bladder medications, epilepsy, I think probably 50?
Parkinson's is a pretty serious disease. I'm pretty sure Muhammad Ali had Parkinson's. He's telling people not to take medications to control the disease. That's insane.
70, how many millions and millions and millions of Americans are taking these medications without understanding the true negatives? Second, we want to reduce Wi-Fi exposure. And this is more of a minimally invasive solution as opposed to a complete lifestyle.
That's crazy.
I was watching a video on the Greek island Icaria the other day, and they all live to 100 years old. Clean air, clean food, clean water, low radiation levels. If you can get the person to wear protective clothing, which...
What island did he say?
On the Greek island Icaria.
Okay, no wait, it's Icaria. Oh, okay, it's spelled differently. A distinct version of the Mediterranean diet is followed in the Blue Zone island of Icaria, Greece. It emphasizes olive oil. Oh, one of those, fucking plant oils that are high in omega-6, right, Frank? Vegetables, beans, fruits, moderate amounts of alcohol, low quantities of meat and dairy. So basically, they eat a plant-based diet. Weird, Frank. They eat a plant-based fucking diet, and they live long. Oh man, the level of self-own in his videos.
The other day, and they all live to 100 years old. Clean air, clean food, clean water.
It's ridiculous, yeah, they eat a plant-based diet.
If you can get the person to wear protective clothing, which is what I wear all day, every day, WiFiShielding.com, t-shirt and underwear particularly, and then food and a bed canopy to protect their head, brain function, recovery. They shouldn't have to change too many lifestyle factors, although it's maybe 60-70% of the way there. This will significantly reduce the oxidative damage being caused to their brain and organs by various sources of radio frequency radiation.
I'd love to see the evidence of this.
Many hours if you want more details, which
this
may
is
apply
so
to
dumb.
your specific circumstance. Third is to increase protein consumption. My grandma actually got a hold of some of the best bars that we make on Frankie's Free Range Foods.
So sometimes with elderly individuals, it's recommended to increase protein intake to help with them holding on to muscle mass. You do need a certain amount of protein to hold on to muscle. And a lot of elderly people, they either don't eat well or they have a reduced appetite, and some of the food choices they make are just kind of dumb. Like, I've seen a lot of old men who like have no appetite, and they'll just sit on their front porch and just drink a few beers. Maybe they'll have like, I don't know, a small meal at night, and that's it. Like, a lot of people, old people, eat kind of stupid, and then some of these nutritional interventions, they're kind of targeted to, you know, help them hold on to muscle mass, improve like, you know, their functional capacity. So that's not necessarily a bad recommendation, but no, increasing like your meat intake isn't going to fucking help reduce like Alzheimer's risk. That's just stupid.
Which have whey protein in them, but they actually kind of taste like cake. My uncle stopped by the warehouse and I gave him some to try, but he actually ended up visiting my grandma and she wasn't eating anything, but she ate those, which brings us to elderly people over-consuming sweets, baked goods, and junk food. Protein is high in B vitamins, which is crucial, the most important nutrient.
Protein is high in B vitamins? What? Yeah, Frank, protein is high in protein. That's pretty much it. I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Site he mentioned, WiFiShielding.com, and he's modeling for a lot of the items advertised there. Does he own that shop?
Yeah, he's the one who set up that page, and he's selling bullshit Wi-Fi shielded garments. It's the most stupid. I don't know who's dumb enough to buy that crap. It's weird, man. But yeah, he's the one who owns that website and is making the sales. But thanks for the Nation Onion spam. Appreciate it.
Arguably for brain function. Whey protein in particular happens to be a concentrated source of B vitamins.
Let me actually look that up. Let me log into Chronometer. Log in. There we go. So let's see. Whey protein. Whey protein powder. 1 scoop, I guess. It's got a little bit of, it's got some B vitamins in it. Let's just compare it to like generic soy. Soy protein isolate. I don't think that's the same serving size. Whey protein, okay. Yeah, so the B vitamin content is lower, but I mean, you can just eat something like nutritional yeast, 2 tablespoons. So this is 2 tablespoons of nutritional yeast. Just 2 tablespoons absolutely blows it out of the water in terms of B vitamin content. And like even a fucking potato. So wait, not a sweet potato. Potato. Why the fuck? Potato boiled with skin, 1 large potato. Even potatoes have like a decent amount of B vitamins. So I don't know why he's claiming like you need to eat meat to get your B vitamins, or like protein is high in B vitamins. It's kind of fucking weird. Mark donated.
Because it's like drinking a cup of milk in 1 or 2 spoons of powder. I mean, if you look at the diet of any elderly person, they are lacking animal protein. And even if you do include it in their diet, because of the radiation in the environment, you know, their organs might not be able to digest the food, so you might have to include protein digesting enzymes such as pepsin, trypsin, and chymotrypsin. But the dairy, the whey protein, especially grass-fed from a local farm, is an approachable way for someone that isn't too keen on eating meat. You know, you could even make cookies and various baked goods and
or you could eat nutritional yeast, which is better for you.
Cookies with protein powder is a great way to get an elderly person with a sweet tooth.
Is vital wheat gluten the best source of protein for vegans?
To get those B vitamins for their brain, which ties directly to number 4, balancing the omega-3 to omega-6 ratios in the diet. As we spoke about that Greek island earlier, you know, this is a matter of minimally invasive changes to a person's lifestyle diet, not an entire revamp.
Yeah, this is so funny. He literally just went on a rant before about how omega-6 causes oxidative damage and shit like that. The island you just mentioned, they eat a ton of olive oil. It's like a fucking Greek island. They're essentially following a Mediterranean diet. Not much meat, very plant-based, but they also consume like a lot of olive oil. So now, apparently, omega-6 isn't a problem?
That will not stick. Yeah, there might be an elderly person that does enjoy eating scrambled brains and eggs, but that person probably doesn't have brain issues. High omega-6, particularly linoleic acid, contained in seed oils, soybean, canola, is very high in those baked goods, those processed foods, causes massive amounts of oxidative stress, makes the cholesterol molecules in your body inflamed. It's the single most damaging thing you can consume.
This is really strange too, because you can actually look at saturated fat feeding. Saturated fat feeding actually makes your LDL particles more prone to oxidative modification. So kind of weird how he brings up omega-6 specifically. Olive oil is high in omega-6, and the island you just mentioned, like that Greek island in the Mediterranean, they consume a pretty omega-6 rich diet. The fact is, not much is really known about omega-6 ratios. There's not really any good research either way showing like high omega-6 is terribly bad for you. There's a bit of mixed research. I think generally speaking, the recommendation is to eat about a 4-to-1 ratio of omega-6 to omega-3. Part of that is because of the it's like an enzyme binding affinity essentially. There's an enzyme that breaks down omega-6 and omega-3, and because of the binding affinity, it's about a 4-to-1 ratio. That's what some of that is based on. Some of the research shows that seem like a 4-to-1 ratio is kind of ideal for overall health. There's some research showing that really, really high omega-3 versus omega-6 is a bit better for certain cancers, but there's not really any good data on this. So focusing on like omega-6 ratios, yeah, okay. Like you shouldn't be eating chips and French fries and eating like crap that's fried in like cottonseed oil and crap. I'd agree, but worrying about omega-6 to 3 ratio is kind of stupid. I think most people, as long as they're eating sensibly, they'll fall in a ratio that's just fine.
Outside of direct toxins and pollutants on a cellular level. And it counteracts some very important nutrients needed for brain function, the omega-3 fatty acids. As we get older, the body has a harder time with basic metabolic functions. So the more we're able to remove the negatives and include the positives, there is less margin of error for disease. In this case, eliminating the oxidative damage from omega-6 and adding omega-3 so our body isn't stressed to synthesize.
Cool, so now he's admitting meat causes Alzheimer's because it like things like heme iron are pro-oxidant.
By lacking omega-3 in the diet, it's just too many negatives and not enough positives. Number 5.
Hey Pugman, what's up?
We are made of energy. Our body contains electrons, which are negatively charged particles that carry energy. Free radicals, which cause oxidative stress, have an uneven number of electrons, and we can't remove those easily from our body. Humans are meant to be in direct contact with the earth through natural materials. Barefoot on the ground, leather moccasins, touching a tree. Your body will discharge excess electrons into the earth, and you become neutral. When you're disconnected.
Oh, you want to bet he got this from Bart K? He's getting this from Bart K. I know Bart K sleeps with a copper wire around his toe, and he connects it into the ground in like a wall outlet. I think this is where he's getting this from.
Like I am right now on the second floor of my house, you build up electrons.
Again, no research supporting this.
For an elderly person, this can mean taking a walk on a natural trail, simply grounding their bed sheet or whatever. And I think if you even look it up, they have...
How the fuck can you ground a bed sheet? It's non-conductive.
Grounded hospital beds. And when I had jaw surgery, they actually put me in a room with lead walls. So these doctors, these people higher up, know very well about certain secrets. It's just who they use them on, I guess.
I don't think Frank understands what grounding is.
I don't know. I've done videos on grounding. The bed canopy that I have on.
Like, what is he talking? Like, he doesn't understand what grounding is. He just said, "Oh, when I had my surgery, they put me in a room with lead walls." That has nothing to do with grounding. He doesn't know what that is.
Wi-Fi shielding is actually grounded, and I also have grounding straps available on the website that you can just put on your sneakers or regular shoes. So when you go hiking, you don't need, some type of expensive natural leather footwear. From that minimal.
Leather isn't even conductive.
Murphy's God is more believable than Frank's EMF and mechanistic nutrition views.
Yeah, it actually is, honestly. I'd quicker believe in Connor Murphy's ridiculous ideas of God than Frank's weird EMF beliefs. Thanks for the donation, Schlaction. Yeah, like, leather isn't even conductive. Yeah, it's an insulator. Yeah, leather is an insulator and it's non-conductive, so what is he talking about? That literally makes no sense. And, like, wait, so does he have, he mentioned a grounding strap. Is that on the Wi-Fi thing? Ethernet adapter for iPhone and Android. Oh my god, dude. Anti-radiation air tube headphones. Oh, this is the grounding strap. That... I guess that would work better than leather shoes, but... Well, like, what is this? So it looks like the one strap has metal contacts in it, maybe? And then that can get transferred into the ground, but... That... Like, I don't know, this just seems like a useless strap. I don't see how that would actually help electricity pass into the ground. Who's buying this? This is just fucking crazy. It's retarded.
Educate them and their family on the medications they use. Get them a bed canopy, reduce their cell phone usage, turn off Wi-Fi devices if possible, add some whey protein to a milkshake, their ice cream, their baked goods, get them to have steak a couple nights a week, homemade instead of processed foods, add fish a few times per month. That will both reduce the omega-6 and increase the omega-3. Take them walking at least once per week, or ground.
Okay, well that was dumb. I think we're done with that. Snow doesn't melt in Texas. That sounds like it'll be a good one.
Well, I'm almost a month late on this one, but this is probably the most outright, blatant, ridiculous lie I've seen in the media, to the point where I just laughed. I can understand the brainwashing and mind control through psychological warfare, but this is like the media telling you the sky isn't blue all day, every day, and expecting you not to go outside and look up. Here's why snow turns black if you burn it. By Lizzie Rosenberg. Who is this? Oh, what a lovely young lady. Maybe if...
No way. No way. Okay, this is an old one. So... this has gone on for so long. I remember this was a thing in the early, 2000s, where crazy wackos who aren't used to snow, sometimes it snows in, warmer areas of the US, like Texas, and there's, weird conspiracy theorists, and what somebody did was they put a lighter underneath snow, and they were like, oh my god, it's not melting and it's turning black. And they thought it was some kind of plastic and it was some weird government weather experiment or something. So yeah, if you put a significant enough heat under snow, it will melt. The reason it turns black is because of like essentially soot, like the lighter fluid burning. I think Frank actually believes in that like weird meme where, let me see if I can find the video. Snow burns. Let's see. Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, plastic snow in Colorado.
Look, it's a regular spring snowstorm here in Colorado, guys. Here, so that you don't think there's any hocus pocus going on. This is not normal snow, guys. Look, it's turning black. It's
Yeah,
not
this is what
dripping
they're...
water.
So this is what Frank is talking about. There's crazy wackos who think the US government is conducting some like strange experiment where it's fake snow or something. Yeah, so what's going on here is that like, yeah, it's just like soot. It's the burning from the actual lighter fluid. It's making it turn black. And it sounds like Frank actually believes in the weird...
Hey man, what?
I think I'll...
She stuck those mitts up above Texas, she would have blocked that snowstorm. On a serious note, since you're based in New York, I would love to buy you dinner sometime, although I'm probably half a foot too short for your standards. A year in quarantine.
Whoa, this is some incel shit.
Science experiments. Some of us have been making sourdough bread. Others have been creating homemade slime. And with the never-ending snow that's hit much of the US, a handful of us are burning snow. While one would probably think the snow simply melts, many have noticed that holding a lighter underneath a snowball sometimes turns the
Dodo, come back.
Shit it.
snow black. Okay, so they're claiming that snow turns black when you melt it because the butane from the lighter creates soot on the snow surface. But apparently, the lighters and snow in New York are different.
In Texas, they say snow doesn't melt when you put a lighter to it. But here in New York, we actually have real snow.
God.
So when you put a lighter to the snow, it's...
Whoa, this is fucking crazy. Yeah, dude, so it's just a different lighter, dude. Like, that's it. If you get a specific type of lighter with a type of fuel, yeah, it might produce soot. Frank is literally claiming that there's certain areas of the US that when it snows, it's fake snow. Oh my god, I don't know what to tell you.
starts melting. I don't know.
I think all the snow's gone now here, so I can't get a bunch of lighters and test this right now, but holy fucking shit, dude. Go to the dollar store, pick up like a Bic lighter, try it with that, dude.
What's in the air in Texas, what they're spraying, what's going on.
Yeah, it looks like it is turning a little black there.
But it's safe to say that New York gets some real snow.
This is so crazy and ridiculous that I can't believe I'm even
God.
making a video on it. I couldn't believe I was outside in my backyard filming that a couple weeks ago. How was there not some sort of revolt in Texas? You know, the fact that physically went outside.
He's seriously
to show
uploading
that snow
this.
melts when you put a lighter to it. You know, that there is no black soot is like me showing you the sky is blue. It shouldn't have to be explained. You know, this is a great example of what modern science is. Half truth, half lies, to get us to think certain ways and do certain things. I wouldn't even say half truth actually. It's mostly lies at this point, but the population has been dumbed down enough to believe anything. And a lot of people were onto this, but the fact checker
can 100% confirm Texas snow melts. Yeah. The snow goes away eventually. It's just baffling to me that Frank would seriously upload a video like this. I wonder if there's any videos where they test this sort of thing. Lighter snow test. Let's see. Snow that doesn't melt. It's a government conspiracy. Why does snow turn black when it's burned? Fake snow explained. It's called sublimation. Let's look at this one.
Sun go.
Got a big white cock. Donate $2.
Okay, I'm gonna get some from underneath here. Obviously has not been touched. I'm gonna compact it to a nice tight ball. But you can see that the mass is getting smaller.
Yeah, it is. So what's going on is when you heat something like this, it goes from a solid to a gas. It's called sublimation. It doesn't go from a solid to a liquid, i.e. melting. So this is actually disappearing by going into vapor. So, see, it's not melting.
But there's no liquid dripping from it.
Is it real snow, Alex? Go ahead, taste it. Go ahead, taste it. I double dog dare you, taste it. It's not yellow. Genuine Richmond snow.
So there you go. The reason it doesn't drip is because it's sublimation. It's just immediately going to a gas. Let me see. I'm just trying to find if there's different, there's different types of lighters that will make it go black versus it doesn't generate soot. How melting snow the lighter looks like in Norway.
Uh-oh.
So I'm pretty sure most people would agree Norway has real snow, even these conspiracy
I
idiots.
just saw Pastor Paul Begley trying to melt some snow.
So it looks like the same thing. Yeah, I think part of the reason why you're not seeing like the black stuff accumulate is because he's not putting the lighter underneath. Maybe that's why, or it's just different lighter fluid. Yeah, so the snow is just turning from a solid to a gas immediately. Let's see if he does it again and see if he can get black stuff, like the soot.
No black spots, it just melts into clean water.
Let's see, New York, Georgia, fake snow. Let's see this one.
Snow that I picked, you know. I don't think it's anything.
Oh, baby.
Go black first. I don't see the black. Turn it so we can see the
And it
black.
smells really bad. Like, definitely like a.
These people are nuts, man. Let's see. Snow test. I just want to see, like, if somebody's actually gone through a list of lighters and used different ones to see if, like, certain ones generate more soot or something. Whatever, like, I think we can all agree this is just stupid. Let's just watch the frame.
fact checkers made sure to shut that down real quick. I mean, hey, those planes we see spraying trails in the sky every day are clearly just long-lasting condensation trails. Geoengineering
Yes.
is obviously something the government has only thought about. They would never do it. And the snow in Texas is definitely the same as the snow in New York. Those pictures and videos must have been photoshopped and edited. On top of that, what the hell ended up in the water supply that they had to issue a boil water notice? How much crap do they have to spray in the air to make the water table unsafe? Water used for brush.
Yeah, so Frank, if you're getting water from an untreated source, there could be bacteria in it, and that's why you boil water. There are people from other countries who regularly have to boil water because, especially stagnant water supplies, there can be bacteria, there could be parasites in the water, and boiling it cleans it. So there's, pipes burst in Texas. Some people were using shit like rainwater or water from a local pond. If you're going to do that, you should boil it. What the hell is he talking about? The normal thing that everywhere, like everyone in the world has to deal with. Most, like a lot of tribes people have learned to boil water. Richard loves
Unsafe.
Water used for brushing teeth, preparing and cooking food, including washing produce, feeding babies with formula, and giving water to pets, needs to be boiled or come from water bottles. Let water boil for 2 minutes and allow it to cool before using. Unboiled water is safe for showering and bathing as long as it doesn't go into your mouth. But for children and babies, it may be safer to do a sponge bath with boiled water to ensure they don't accidentally swallow untreated water, according to the Texas Commission.
Yeah, Frank, why do you think they have these sorts of things like water purification tablets that are like loaded with iodine? They have like those survival straws where it filters out water. Why do you think that exists, you dumbass? A lot of water is not safe to drink unless it's untreated, like unless it's treated some way, like by boiling.
On environmental quality. Yeah, I don't know about bathing or showering in water that isn't safe to drink. I'm sure most of you remember those environment and climate videos I talked about in the context of veganism. But before you know what happened 1 year ago now, that was the main topic you couldn't really talk about. Climate change, global warming, environment. It seems really suspicious. It was monitored so closely that they don't...
How long until Frank gets sued, goes bankrupt, and blames it on the Illuminati?
I think one of the videos coming up that we're going to respond to is... I think he talks about the lawsuit in here, maybe, because Paul Saladino was suing him. I hope he gets sued by someone, somewhere, somehow. That'd be great. I think, like, in the long term, even if he... I don't even know if he can apply for bankruptcy or anything. He still lives with his parents, so, like, even if the worst thing happened to him, like he lost his job and everything, and owed a bunch of money, like, he still lives with his parents, so it's not like he'd go homeless. So, I don't know. It would be funny. I'd like to see a lawsuit successfully launched against Frank. That'd be great. But thanks for the donation, Derek. Appreciate it.
Want any outside opinions on it, going against the echo chamber, the modern media.
Is Frank in
I've mentioned
psychosis?
so many times
Pretty much.
that the climate, the environment is going to be used to control people just like they're controlling people now. Effectively, they've been able to lock people inside their homes, caged like rats, remove almost all of their freedoms without even passing any laws. You can go out and do whatever you want. And the police, no one can do anything. It's not against the law, it's just become accepted. Just staged events and control of the media, they did that. And this was something sudden, rapid, in a blitz-like fashion, although the programming has been there most of our lives. Now, the programming for climate change, which used to be called global warming, has been even more blatant and obvious, every week, every month, every year. For as long as I've been alive, they've been talking about it. Many car companies now are switching over to electric. There is obvious evidence of smart city infrastructure being set up. Who's to say they're not going to do the same thing, staged events, media blitz in the context of climate to get you to live in a box, walk around, ride a bike around, remove every single one of your freedoms.
Man. Like, what is he even fucking talking about at this point? So he's like rambling about global warming. He just mentioned something about forcing you to only ride a bicycle or some shit. What? I'm not understanding.
Not let you own anything. I always think it's crazy what they can get away with lying about, but once you understand that everyone's been in this hyper negative mindset, and that removes any critical observance skills, it's pretty clear what's going on. So if you guys could please drop a like on the video, leave me a comment down below what you think, subscribe so that YouTube...
Jesus Christ, this is getting bad.
Hey, Fatty boy, you thought I'd leave you on YouTube all by yourself? I figured you would miss me too much, and it looks like, at least based on your social media, that you should be in a tight spot, or what would normally be a tight spot for a rat. Paul Saladino, Carnivore MD,
better known as Rat Boy, for his appearance as well as behavior. You know, a face that literally looks like a rat, and he always goes for the cheese, aka money, moolah. January 29th, the Rat is doing a live update on Instagram speaking about how he caught COVID 2 days.
I wonder, I've heard of people getting a lack of smell and taste from COVID. I've heard that could potentially be, like, some of that can be obviously related to your sinuses being stuffed, but I know lack of smell for sure that can be linked to brain damage, and COVID does, like, it can cause brain damage. I don't know exactly why some people... Well, Phil, at the very least, I don't look like I'm pregnant, but thanks for the donation, Bugman, appreciate it.
Days later, is using COVID to push his astroturfing supplement company. On February 6th, less than 1 week after being sick, he's seen in Tanzania. So proud to be...
So, let's go back here. What did he say? Incredibly grateful to have had a very mild course of COVID because I am metabolically healthy, but I'll be honest and say I can't wait to taste my steak again soon. Sure, buddy. January 31st. So I think, I don't know what the... Wait, January 31st. Feeling good. Okay, so I don't know how long you have to quarantine yourself after you get COVID. How long do you have to quarantine after you test positive? When you can be around others after you had or likely had COVID, 10 days since symptoms first appeared, and 24 hours with no fever without the use of fever-reducing medications, and other symptoms of COVID are improving.
Why are people...
Okay, so as long as... So all you have to do is... Oh wait, tested positive for COVID-19 but had no symptoms. Continue to have no symptoms, you can be with others. Okay, so yeah, if you test positive, all you have to do is take 10 days, have 10 days of quarantine, and then if you have 24 hours with no fever and other symptoms of COVID are improving, like loss of taste and smell persist for weeks or months after recovery and need not delay the end of isolation. Yeah, so let's see. He made this post. Let's actually go to Paul Saladino's Instagram. Let's see. Paul Saladino Instagram. So, where are we at? Don't know what that is. Sincere question, are there any vegans out there with good physique muscle mass who only eat unprocessed plant foods, no synthetic protein? Oh my god, what a fucking moron. Yeah, dude, I can outbench you, alright? You can't use, oh, you're taking protein powder as an excuse. So, okay, this might be, like, way back in his, where are we at, March? This was, yeah, January, okay. I think he's pretty, okay, wait, we're too far back now. January 10th. Did he delete these posts? Oh no, here we go.
Any questions you guys have about my COVID experience or about animal-based diets or about snowboarding or whatever the heck you have questions about, but yeah, I feel pretty good. I feel basically completely normal at this point. My energy is completely normal. My breathing is totally normal. I feel great. It's been a very mild case of coronavirus for me. So I'm thankful for that, right? I'm very thankful that I haven't had any problems with coronavirus. My heart goes out to anyone who has had a serious case of coronavirus, COVID, and I continue to believe, or at least suggest to you all that really metabolic health is the main determinant in labs. So I just answered the question, what do you classify as metabolically healthy? I just answered that. RT, no, and I avoid those. Those who heard my story, you know that I did an animal-based diet with pure... Somebody says I'm packing loads of muscle on. What's up, Instagram? I'm gonna go live for a little bit.
Okay, I don't know if he goes into the into details of when he got it exactly, but let's see. COVID is blah blah blah. I don't know. So this was on January 29th, and then when was he in Tanzania? February 6th. So what? It sounds like he probably quarantined for 10 days. That's what it seems like. When he made this post, it sounds like he probably had COVID for a little while, probably quarantined. And then there was like more than a week later, then he was eventually in Tanzania. Okay, so Frank is just making up bullshit here. Riddle Master, to appreciate it.
2 days later, is using COVID to push his astroturfing supplement company. On February 6th, less than 1 week after being sick, he's seen in Tanzania, so proud to be taking pictures next to a tribe. Does it look like he's wearing a mask to you? Does it look like he's standing 6 feet apart to you? It's questionable. And bringing your rat shit supplements to an indigenous tribe is like bringing up...
Wait. This is lunch. For breakfast, I had 2-ounce liver, 1 pound steak, desiccated supplements from Heart and Soil Supplements. Frank sells supplements. What the fuck is he talking about? Heart and Soil Supplements. Nose to tail supplements. Beef organs. Oh, this just looks horrendous. So what is this? 100% grass-fed liver, heart, and kidney. This is disgusting. I just want to see the ingredient list. Yeah, where... Peptides? What? Okay, this is kind of strange. Yeah, so let me see. Ingredients. Okay, gelatin. New Zealand grass-fed liver, New Zealand grass-fed heart. Okay, so it's just pieces of different organs. That's fucking disgusting. It's weird that Frank is criticizing Paul for promoting supplements when Frank sells supplements. Like, weird.
Bringing a fleshlight to your girlfriend's house, although...
Guitaro donated $3 donation.
You would probably need to bring an anal version and a beer to put on the girl, if it was a girl in the first place. Maybe you should send me some pictures of you anal swabbing those African boys so I can put them up on your website.
Jesus Christ. The projection is super hard. So we all know Frank worked as a gay prostitute, and then he's like accusing Paul Saladino of being gay and using that as an insult. Like, making fun of people for being gay is so out of fashion now, too. Why is he doing this?
PaulSaladino.com. So what's the deal, Paul? What's your explanation for this one? That the tribesmen are so metabolically healthy, they would survive at a 100% rate?
Yeah, so, Paul tested positive for COVID. He quarantined. He doesn't have any viral load anymore when he went to Tanzania, and it's a tribe in Africa. They don't have much contact, so virtually zero possibility for anyone in the tribe to have COVID. Probably didn't figure wearing a mask was important in those circumstances, so I don't see what the issue is. Like, it's weird too. Frank is claiming that coronavirus doesn't exist. So why is he claiming Paul traveled while infected if he doesn't even believe the virus exists in the first place? Like, it's so funny how Frank will change what he believes in when it's convenient for him. It's like, oh, the coronavirus isn't real. And then when it's convenient for him to attack someone else, oh, the coronavirus is real. And now he's spreading it.
As with everything else.
Is Paul even gay? I don't know.
And use his Freemason connection.
Not sure. I think he's hetero.
And his wallet, as well as his Freemason daddies. I mean, he either believes in you-know-what, or he doesn't. If
Paul was still sick while traveling. So I just looked it up. If you, after 10 days after becoming symptomatic, your symptoms are improving, then you can travel again. That's just how long you need to quarantine. It's only a 10-day quarantine, and as long as you don't have a fever and symptoms are improving, then it's fine. I don't know if he actually was traveling while sick. That's kind of fucked up if it is true, but whatever.
He didn't believe it was real. That would explain this behavior. Either way, this looks horrible.
Paul even said he was sick in his Instagram stories. Okay.
You can't pretend it exists and then say, oh, I got sick, and then go travel. Like, it doesn't make any sense. What makes it even more comical is that he has spent the last 3 months traveling. Puerto Rico. Hey, listen, I love those Puerto Rican girls. I mean, well, he's not into girls. Montana, Utah, Africa, back to Virginia. Is this guy trying to spread to everyone on this planet? You guys saw the new Borat movie, right? If you did.
Yeah, I don't know why Paul's traveling. There was that other doctor, Dr. Mike, who I would say Dr. Mike is also just a piece of shit. He's just a slime ball. He was claiming everybody should be social distancing, and then he ended up going on a yacht filled with all these fucking paid girls who were just there as models to rub like ass and titties in his face. And he wasn't social distancing, wasn't wearing a mask or anything. Yeah, like, it's probably the same thing with Paul Saladino. He probably just doesn't really give a shit, and he's just more concerned with what he just personally wants to do. I think it's bad behavior from a medical doctor, for sure. To be traveling like this, it's definitely a bad example, especially if it's not necessary. If he was doing some sort of, like, I don't know, necessary work for his business or something, like, then I can understand. But if, I don't know, he's just traveling because he feels like it for the most part, I think that's pretty shitty.
Didn't watch it. Very, very funny, and it lines up with this. Well, maybe he's just trying to probe as many boys as possible. Hey, you know what, Rat Boy? Maybe
isn't
you
he
should
getting
take a
sued
trip
by
to
Paul, and now he's accusing him of being a
pedophile? Visit
pedophile?
one of your buddy's ashes in Jersey. I'm sure Mr. Crowley would love to see us both, for different reasons. You know what this reminds me of? I think this was from a Family Guy episode. There was this guy, Sir Richard Francis Burton, who traveled around to measure men's junk. He was fascinated by African phallic worship, and he had a strange, old-school, racist obsession with the size of black men's penises. He even went so far as to measure several obliging fellows. I wonder if that's what Rat Boy's up to. Hey, you never know. As much as I enjoy joking around and pointing out how much of a clown this guy is, you guys know from past videos, the many I've done on this degenerate, how upset I've actually been. And I cannot explain how frustrating it is to work so hard for something and have these Freemason loser plants. Plant as in they put him there to specifically steal my information and make a whole bunch of people who think they're better than me and you a lot of money. Apparently not, if they can't think of anything themselves and they need to steal other people's research. What do you need all that?
So, for those of you who don't know, Frank was accusing Paul Saladino of plagiarism. Plagiarism is not illegal. That was a misunderstanding that Frank had. And, now Frank is claiming Paul stole his research. Frank has never conducted any research, obviously. So that claim is just false. Frank thought that Paul was stealing his video ideas and copying some of the information that Frank said in those videos. Whether or not that's true, that's not illegal. Like, okay. And by the way, like, Paul's a carnivore dieting idiot, so if he's going to make videos, they're probably going to be very similar to the videos Frank makes. They're going to be filled with the same sort of misinformation, same general topics and shit, so could just be purely coincidental. I don't know what any of this has to do with Paul being a pedophile. Not a smart move for Frank.
That money for? To guarantee a single life of homosexual luxury into old age? Apparently, the rat isn't too happy that I insinuated he was performing anal swab tests on African boys in a previous video, because he called his lawyer to also issue a summons against my meat company, Frankie's Free Range Meat. I mean, does he really think he's going to shut me up with these nonsense, frivolous lawsuits? Paul, I think it's very clear you want me to stop talking, so I suggest you take a long trip back to reality and stop burning that money in your lawyer's driveway. You're what, 40 years old, no girlfriend, dancing with dudes in saunas? Are you just a closet homosexual that wants to...
Frank is 30 years old, has never had a girlfriend. I believe he even has admitted this on stream, that he's never had a girlfriend before. He has claimed that women will not date him because he's too short. He has claimed that he would rather throw rocks at girls than try to date them on Tinder. So, I don't know why Frank, and he's admitted on camera to working as a gay prostitute. So Frank here is claiming Paul is gay and can't get laid by a woman when Frank has that exact issue. This is hardcore fucking projection.
Take pretty old Frankie boy on a date.
Yeah, Frank's almost 30. He's the same age as me.
For that one, buddy. And
he's 29, but he's going to be 30 this year.
Anal swabbing in those saunas, I figured you would be a perfect candidate for performing those tests in Africa. I mean, I haven't seen any mention of formal training to perform an anal swab test, so they probably put you at the front of the line for your lifelong experience. And Paul, if I'm telling the truth,
he's worked as a gay prostitute.
You know, if half the stuff I say is the truth and half the stuff I say is me.
It's brutal, simple, delicious pan sauce.
I believe I have found our weekly vegan lunatic after just 10 seconds of watching this video, so let's jump right in.
Let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food.
I mean, to be fair, Hippocrates was bald and losing his hair, so maybe he didn't know everything about health and nutrition.
Yeah, because when you get older, it's not like men lose their hair because of androgenic alopecia or something. Please, Frank, show us the evidence that you can avoid androgenic alopecia with diet. I'd love to see it.
In this video, I'm gonna be sharing the food choices that I've made in my life.
So vegan starves herself to get abs.
I'm gonna be sharing the food choices that I've made in my life.
So vegan starves herself to get abs. She doesn't, like, she looks thin. She doesn't really look like she's starving to me. I mean, she seems like she has some body fat. She's full cheeks.
And they do keep me very healthy and vibrant. The abs that I have are not a result of...
Better not let Hitomi
Yeah, she just looks like she's in good shape, dude. What the fuck?
see the nose ring and abs. Maybe she'll add another stinky girl to the household. On a serious note, abs on a biological woman are incredibly rare. Yeah, I mean, I have...
Yeah, it's because most women don't care to diet and train that hard.
Seen a few, but the body fat level in comparison to a man is typically unachievable. As a woman is meant to carry two, herself and her child, and stores ample fat for two people.
Result of any regular exercise. There are times when I've included exercise routines, but I have not been able to follow them for a long period of time. So I would credit my abs completely to the food that I eat, which is a lot of raw.
To starving yourself.
It's just the physical activity that I include in my day-to-day routine.
Like, this is weird. How many men have abdominal muscles? Not many. Like, most dudes don't have visible abs, so... I don't know, is everybody who has abdominal muscles starving themselves? It's a little stupid. Oh, wait. What the fuck? That was the wrong one. Yeah.
I make sure that my lifestyle is such that I'm walking a lot and I'm doing activities that strengthen my body.
I'm telling you, man, all these vegans are cute, cuddly animal lovers. Oink, oink. And half of them dress up as furries and play with the animals.
Mostly eat raw food. A very small part of my diet is cooked food, and I think raw living food are just freaking amazing. They bring the biophoton, the prana that we need to stay connected and vibrant.
Okay, so this girl seems like she's primarily a raw foodist. I don't usually recommend a diet like that, but it seems that she's healthy. She doesn't appear to be underweight. She's thin and lean, but she doesn't look underweight or anything. She just seems like athletic. Gay, don't need to tell
You know, no, what country are these people? And I think I saw this guy when I was driving through Brooklyn last week. He was on the side of the street asking me for money out of my car.
Frank is making fun of somebody for being poor and homeless and not having nice clothes. Dude, you live in your fucking parents' house. Like, your parents could make you homeless if they fucking chose to, so... Weird for you to talk. Like, I'm sure most people who are living out on the street, they don't have parents who can, you know, like, support them, so... Weird how the little boy who still lives at home with his mommy and daddy is making jokes like this.
And also the nutrition that we need for our bodies to be functioning.
This must be upstate New York if he's there.
In a very healthy manner. At the end of this video, I'm going to be sharing the resources that I used to come to the choices that I've come to. There's Sattvic Movement, there's John Rose, there's so much more.
Oh my god, she watches fucking John Rose? Oh, she's a wacko. Okay, so she probably doesn't know that John Rose is like an insane fucking Nazi. Let me see if his content is still up. John Rose. Let's see if... Fuck. Maybe it's down. Maybe his YouTube channel got taken down, or I'm just not spelling it right. Yeah, I think this was the one where I talked about Fully Raw Christina and John Rose. Clip on all of her Twitter posts.
Hey you guys, it's Christina, and I am so happy to have John Rose in a video with me today. John Rose is a person who is so dear to my heart. This is the man who introduced me to...
Hitler was pretty nice to the Jews after what the Jews did to Hitler.
And, yeah. So, this dude's a wacko. This girl who's talking about John Rose introduced her to raw veganism. I don't know if she's aware that John Rose is an actual Nazi, but yeah, yikes. You do not want to say, oh yeah, John Rose helped me. Like, no. Just stay away.
Is she trying to play the music louder than her voice so people don't pay attention to what she's saying?
Coming to my food choices, I start eating at around 1 in the afternoon. So I give my body a break of 14 to 16 hours.
Imagine if a guy did that, like, just dancing with metal.
It's amazing because then we give time to our bodies to heal, and it's not just involved in digesting the food all the time, and all the energy that is left from not digesting the food can go to the healing work. My first meal is a monofruit meal of watermelon. Most of the days, I truly love watermelons. They're so freaking juicy.
It's funny that she's calling it like a mono food meal, like it's something technical. You're eating watermelon. It's like a kid that wanted watermelon for breakfast, literally like a child.
See, they help to detoxify our body of all the waste.
These weird, like these response videos that Frank makes are really fucking weird. He like struggles to make any kind of commentary, so he'll just pause. every so often just say something
sometimes, so in the morning,
unrelated to the video that doesn't matter.
I take juices 1 hour before. These juices are mostly fruit juices. Coconut water is very good as well.
Does she have like an army of cuck simps harvesting fruit for her? This is the, face value conventional wisdom health advice. Oh yeah, the watermelon's so good for your skin, it's great for your liver, it's great for detox. Yeah, explain it. I have almost 1,000 YouTube videos where in each one I go in depth on science and nutrition.
Oh man, he's so, like, the lack of self-awareness is just incredible. Oh my god, going in-depth on the fucking science, dude. You literally just made a video saying that you shouldn't get your fucking cavities filled, and you referenced no fucking science. Oh boy.
On one thing or another, even as far as to explain the specific enzyme metabolic pathways, instead of just saying, oh yeah, beef liver is great for energy levels, or goat testicles are going to make you run through a wall. There might be some truth to that, but if I didn't back it up with a thorough explanation.
Well, Ashgore juice is all.
Yeah, like, Frank literally just did a vlog where he was eating fucking goat testicles, and he said, oh yeah, it drives up your testosterone. No evidence, like, he's doing the same shit she's doing.
Also very good. So something very light, and watermelon is amazing as well. It just rehydrates my body so much, and I love the feeling of water in my body. The second meal that I take is after 2-3 hours when I start feeling hungry again. So that is a less watery fruit. So it could be pineapple, papaya, sapota, bananas, guavas. And as I said, every guava freaking tastes.
Dude looks 12 with that haircut.
Honestly, like,
looks like he's getting ready for
I try to
school
give people like a background understanding of myself on my YouTube channel, so they know, what my knowledge level is, what I've experienced personally. These vegans never.
Yeah, Frank was working as a gay prostitute before he started YouTube, and then he just decided to make nutrition videos, which, you all know are just horseshit. So that's Frank's background.
Never do that, because if they did, it'd be like, oh yeah, so I had a friend and she told me a vegan diet was great. So I moved to the jungle and started making YouTube videos about how great fruit is 2 months later.
This girl is far more attractive and nicer than Frank. Like, it's funny how he's, like, complaining about the way she looks and the way she acts and the way she lives. Like, dude, pretty sure she's not living with her mommy and daddy anymore. Like, I think she at least has her independence, unlike you. So, I don't know what to tell you, man. Sengoku donated $2. Since you love ass so much.
A lot of, variety even in one fruit. So I also make sure that I eat a lot of variety of fruits. So the fruits are different during the week and also in the month. I'm eating so many different varieties of fruits. And along with that, my last meal is full of variety. So it could be a salad. The ingredients of the salad.
This is Freely 2.0.
A lot of greens, a lot of vegetables, one citrus fruit and salt. And I make sure that I get my fat that I need from the nuts, mostly like coconut, almonds, other nuts.
I mean, it looks like overall she doesn't have a horrible diet. She does eat some cooked food. She seems to get a variety of fruits and vegetables. What is, we're 6 minutes in. I mean, vegan starves herself to get abs. Like, what indicates that she's starving exactly? She doesn't even look like she's starving. She doesn't look underweight. She just looks like she's quite fit.
Also eat dry fruits. So last meal is a lot of variety and a mix. Sometimes it's a salad.
This is just weird, isn't it? Like, she's out there with a bunch of dudes. Looks like they're working on a sawmill in a third world country.
Sometimes.
What? Okay. I don't know what to say about that. All right. They're probably in India or Sri Lanka or something. That's what it sounds like.
I also eat cooked food, which is made of whole grains and a lot of different vegetables and no oil. I don't consume oil, though I'm not like somebody who's just say no to everything. I do, you know, if someone offers me sometimes in the evening to try a different food, I try it. So for example, my friend Satish, she got this meal, so I had it just a little bit. I eat very little bit.
Well, this is India, right?
Healthy foods like oil.
So they have those lunch containers.
Or white rice. But I'm not like strictly going, oh, I'm just this is like a raw vegan person, or I'm a, you know, somebody who's not consuming any oil, because it's just fun sometimes. But please listen to this, that I consume that part very less. It's like 2% of my food, even in terms of calories and quantity as well. Every time I eat the salad, I feel the nutrition in my brain, in my body. Greens are the freaking healthiest food on the planet, and it's so important to include them. If you can't include them, you can make a shake, which is the easiest way to include greens in the food. So what you do is you put a very sweet fruit like banana, chiku, and then put like greens in it. You will see the color will become green, but there will be really mild taste of the greens with the fruits, or sometimes even no.
Her diet is weird, says the guy who eats jars of rotten meat soup, yeah.
Make raw vegan desserts and
like he eats raw testicles and shit.
And nuts, and it's like really delicious with
anything mainstream, especially veganism, is just face value, take things for granted, don't do any research yourself. Because something as simple as vegetables being good for you quickly falls apart when you look at the nutrient profile of those foods and what the body actually needs.
Oh my god. Yeah, Frank, people who eat more vegetables fucking live longer, dude. So, clearly they're good for fucking something, buddy. Like, it's funny, didn't he just start recently eating more, like, plant foods and vegetables in his diet, too? Like...
And I'm probably gonna be sharing those recipes in my...
Oh, I can't wait, young lady.
The energy that I get after eating fruits is really amazing. My body feels so light, and I can just, like, you know, chill around the day with so much carbohydrates that gets in my body. I also think that since it's easy to digest and the energy is so...
These vegans talk about how good they feel, and all they do is sit around all day eating, with the occasional cheating on their dietary restrictions.
So much is just the perfect balance.
Yeah, Frank stopped weight training because he said it was hard on his body and he was feeling like crap and he couldn't do it anymore because he had so many injuries. Frank, you don't train anymore. You don't do any physical activity. You just show up to work and eat whatever the fuck you eat. Like, what? It's weird, like the projection, man. He always projects his own insecurities. Lord Freeze...
balance that I get after eating fruits. It also helps me produce a lot of happiness hormones. I don't know how it works, but every time I eat a pineapple or a banana, these two fruits, I just start feeling good. And the body's like, it digests so fast, so there's no sluggishness, laziness that I feel.
Could it be the sugar rushing to your brain and liver?
Body types are different, and they require different...
So I've debated on him on this before. He claimed that sugar from fruit causes fatty liver disease and diabetes. And I asked him to provide evidence for that claim, and then he literally just left. He kept asking him to provide evidence, and he refused, and then he just, like, ran away.
Different kind of nutrition, and as I said, I'm not a nutritionist, but I highly recommend raw and vegan food. I think it gives us the life force that we need, and it just works amazing wonders for my body and also the friends that I have who follow this diet. I think it heals a lot of ailments automatically just with the food.
Honestly, if I could go back in time before I had so many work obligations, I should have like vlogged a vegan year of nonsense and just like experienced it myself. Just like a bunch of sweaty vegan girls and boys all day.
That we eat, and it's just amazing to be in the state where we can
confused.
Tension-free, stress-free about anything that is happening to your body, because you know that you're putting good things, and your environment matters a lot as well. So choose fresh air for yourself. Do things which bring fresh air and fresh food on the planet. Maybe grow your food as well. Since I'm following such a clean...
Speaking of grow your food, look in the background of where she is. What could you eat? There's no fruits growing, there's no vegetables growing, there's no grains growing. Hopefully you can run in the woods and find a rabbit, and then maybe you could have him as your pet.
Yeah, because if there's no fruit literally directly behind you, I'm sure she can't get it anywhere else. You realize, like, it appears that she lives somewhere in, like, India or Sri Lanka, maybe. Guess what? There's a lot of fruit that grows there. It's a fucking tropical climate, dude.
And you both can starve to death.
Diet, whenever I eat something which
like, it's a tropical climate. There's plenty of fruit that grows there. What?
So why do you eat it every day?
That keeps me away from it, and like, you know, I just like eat a little bit very.
She's wolfing it down.
You know, just to feel that, you know, I'm not restricting myself too much.
She's eating rice, and she said she doesn't like to restrict herself. Wait, what?
Is so freaking important. I observe my elimination process, how easy it is, how does it look, my poop. Sometimes that as well, because I think that's where we can see that what is it that's going out. So I can sometimes see layers of the food that I eat, and that means that I'm shooting out everything that I'm eating the day before. So keeping your
there's no animals.
She dropped a hard
It's
ass.
not like there's any deer or rabbits that you can see. Like, what fucking point is he trying to make?
Did we do a vegan doo-doo fetish video yet? I wonder how well that will be received.
And drinking a lot of juices and hydrated foods is just.
Do you think Frank has a mental disability? Yeah, I think he has like a learning disability or something. His sister is actually mentally disabled, so I don't know if he has
Fruits
like
and greens
some
are
of
one
it.
of the best way to keep your body rehydrated and your cells re-energized.
She just have a short circuit in her brain on the vegan diet.
Kitty.
Oh God.
Okay, well, that was pretty retarded. He did not provide a single argument as to why she's starving herself, why she would be nutrient deficient. Really strange. I don't know what her channel is. Barefoot.
Something so simple that if you look up tips and tricks online, secrets perhaps, on how to improve it, there's...
Kenny, you donate $2.
Frank Tufano is going to get sued by DJ Jazzy for stealing his haircut. Lamau.
I don't know who DJ Jazzy is, but guess Frank went to the barber and asked to, I don't know, look more square. Guess he wanted to look like, I don't know, a Lego character or something. Thanks for the name.
Not really much to find. People might add their own little ingredient twist, but no one's really spoken about the quality of the ingredients themselves. You know, we've been taught in America our whole lives that food quality doesn't really matter. But if you use the best bread, cheese, and butter you have access to, not only will your grilled cheese be more than twice as delicious, you'll also remove any negative pollutants and improve the overall nutritional content, making it arguably a health food and great for anyone. And you could be a very strict keto carnivore dieter, and this could be your healthy cheat meal, or it could be a way to add a healthy version of...
Yeah, it doesn't matter what type of cheese you're consuming, it's not good for you. Cheese is quite high in saturated fat. I mean, there are healthy types of bread. Could you not? But yeah, cheese isn't good for you, regardless of what type of cheese you eat.
What would normally be a standard American diet food. So let's take a look at the ingredients and go over what the worst version would be. The star ingredient, of course, is the cheese. And today we have the raw American cheddar from Frankie's Free Range Meat. You know, the alternative being Kraft singles. I think I actually have some in my fridge. Let's grab them. Man, are my parents cheap. Hold on, let me see if they have the Kraft in there. That's pretty funny. I guess the store-bought brand doesn't taste as good as the Kraft singles. And if you look at the ingredient list, you know, it's milk, cheese, the typical stuff you would see in cheese, and, you know, some questionable additives, some stuff that might cause some liver stress. But overall, it's not horrendous until you understand the quality of the milk that goes in here. It's conventional, corn and soy-fed cattle, full of estrogens, herbicides, pesticides, fungicides, stuff you generally don't want to be consuming.
Yeah, none of this makes a difference. I don't know what to tell you. If you're getting like animal products from conventional raised versus organic, it's the same. There's virtually zero difference in terms of nutrition. In terms of like potential pollutants you'd be exposed to, again, virtually zero difference. Prismo, no. He's trying to knock stuff off my desk. No.
DJ Jazzy was Will Smith's best friend in The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Frank is the kind of guy that will invite you to come work out, but only in his basement alone, with the heat on high, wearing nothing but Speedos.
Oh, right. Now I remember. Yeah, it is similar. And yeah, Frank is that type of guy. Thanks for the nation, Vegan Ninja.
Consuming. That being said, it is a source of protein, a source of fat, something most kids aren't getting in their diets nowadays. So this is unfortunately a...
What the fuck? Kids aren't getting protein and fat in their diet. Like, are you out of your mind? What? Tell me what kids aren't eating fucking cheese, dude.
A reasonable standard American option. And I remember when I was hungry, my parents would give me a slice of cheese from the fridge. It was horrible. What you should be giving your kids is a high quality raw cheese. We don't have those negative additives. We don't have any of those negative chemicals, but more importantly, since it's made from high quality grass-fed milk, the animals aren't being stuffed full of crap. There's nothing negative that's gonna cause damage to our bodies. Plus, tastes a whole lot better.
Yeah, so this is bullshit. Even in organic, free-range animal products, you can still actually find antibiotics in these sorts of products, even though you're not even allowed to use antibiotics on those animals. So no, that's bullshit. And again, these are secondary consumers. You're going to end up getting more like shit you don't want, like heavy metal content in your food from eating animal products. Prismo's being a little bit of a weirdo. I think he might be a little tired, but he keeps trying to knock the screws off my desk. Little naughty kitty. Why don't you just take a nap, huh? He's tired. His eyes keep closing. Just take a nap. Okay, take a nap.
Protein content, mineral content, vitamin content is astronomically higher. It's as simple as Americans being lazy and cheap.
Saying the vitamin content is higher. Please prove that, Frank.
They don't want to spend the extra money on the quality food, and they certainly don't want to spend, oh no, not a minute or two to grate some cheese to make a healthy sandwich for my kids. Moving on to the other dairy component, the butter. Exact same concerns as the cheese, except the store-bought butter doesn't usually have those chemical additives. It still does have the feed and quality concerns of the milk, however. Bread, you guys know I'm a fan of bread alone, really, because it's the only naturally fermented sourdough bread available in the store. And this is basically what I would make in my home. It's just flour, salt, and water. They actually add yeast to this, but there are some other breads they sell that just use the natural sourdough culture. If you had Wonder Bread or white bread, the amount of ingredients in there, the additives, the chemicals, the seed oils, is just horrible on top of the type of wheat they're using that's GMO, sprayed with so many chemicals. It's basically...
Yeah, this is all horseshit. So there's no health risks with GMO foods. There's no health risks with some of the herbicides or pesticides that get sprayed onto these products. Even in organic farming, guess what? They still use pesticides. So I don't think Frank even understands what organic is. Organic also tends to rely on manures rather than fertilizers, and they actually get manures from animals that are conventionally raised. So organic, you think you're getting organic, but no, your food is getting grown in shit that has come from factory farmed animals. So organic doesn't mean anything. He clearly doesn't understand what organic is.
Poison.
I don't know if there's any point in watching any more of this. This is just fucking stupid.
Love how Frank is dissing his parents right in front of them about what they fed him as a child. How about you find your own place and buy what you want to eat, since you are so fucking particular?
Yeah, really. I don't know, man. Frank feels extremely entitled to everything. That's a pretty common trait of narcissism.
Frank is the kind of guy that you'll be at his house, go to the bathroom, and when you come out he's waiting there but naked with a look on his face saying, "Give me that vegan sauce, sorry. I can't help but make gay jokes. It's too easy."
Well, I mean, he did work as a gay prostitute, so I'm sure he's done this. Thanks to the Nation Vegan Ninja, appreciate it.
Bumstead might not be a bum himself due to all the trenbolone sandwiches and duck eggs he can afford, but does his diet say otherwise? Is his diet up to the standards of Mr. Physique, Mr. Olympia? And for anyone unfamiliar, it's a category of bodybuilding that basically means you don't use as many drugs as the other bodybuilders. So let's take a look.
No, either you don't use as many drugs or you're just not physically capable of getting that large. Prismo, what do you... Stop whacking things. This cat's just sitting on my lap.
At his day of eating on a bulk.
Alright, so meal number one, super basic. It's 2 whole eggs, 190 grams of egg whites, some turkey bacon, 2 slices of turkey bacon, and then I have 2 of these little oat bars that Courtney made. I don't know the exact what's in them, but she put them in her MyFitnessPal, so I'm gonna have to get it from her. But the total tray she made was 1,300 calories. Divided it by 6, I'm eating 2 pieces, so it's like 430 calories. And then I put this into MyFitnessPal, this is 278 calories, so my breakfast is only 711 calories. Normally it's a lot more than that, and I'm actually like starving right now. So if you're someone who has no appetite in the morning, which I know a lot of people do, especially once you've been bulking for longer, that's when that morning cardio really helps. If you wake up and you're just not hungry, wake up like 30 minutes earlier, do a little cardio, and it will help you eat more.
I mean, I've watched a couple of this guy's videos in the past, and I don't ever remember him having this much energy when talking, like he's caffeinated out of his mind, which clearly he didn't show as something he had before. But this first...
What? He's talking like a normal fucking person.
Meal is basic conventional wisdom, like what people think is healthy. Basically, low fat, whole grains. At least he did put some whole eggs in there, but we know the...
Yeah, so I wouldn't consider like the eggs healthy and the bacon and stuff, but I mean, as far as conventional sort of wisdom goes, lower fat foods, lower cholesterol foods, these are clearly better choices. But especially whole eggs, you certainly shouldn't eat whole eggs. And you shouldn't be eating fucking, bacon of any kind unless it's vegan bacon, maybe. And only maybe, because a lot of vegan bacon isn't even great for you. It does still contain saturated fat a lot of the time. But, it seems like turkey bacon, it's a better choice than, normal bacon. And what's Frank's argument here? High cholesterol, high saturated fat foods increase your risk of heart disease. So, he's avoiding some of that, which is a good idea.
The food quality that he's using here is definitely not, from a local farm, organic, the best you can get. He has the box.
So, I don't know what Frank's obsession is with local. He went on one of my live streams a while ago, and we argued about this. Frank was getting meat that was shipped from fucking Australia over to New York for him to process it and mail it to people, and he was claiming it's local. And then I said, okay, well, if it's from literally all the way around the world, how is it local? And he said it's local somewhere. So if Frank's definition of local is everything. Why the fuck does he bring up local? Like, oh, he's not getting this from a local farm. Well, it's local to somewhere. I don't know what something being within close proximity to you affects the healthfulness of the food. Lord Freezer needs
bottle of ketchup there, which is, clearly not some type of homemade or organic ketchup. Generally speaking, when the food quality is high, you don't really have anything to critique, anything to worry about. You remove all of those negative pollutants and chemicals that plague the modern food supply, and you increase the vitamin, mineral, and fatty acid content, balance everything out.
Frank can never back any of this up with research. He can never point to some sort of study that shows, oh, look, if you eat only organic, free range or something, you live longer. He literally just makes the shit up while criticizing other people for not providing evidence for their claims.
So that your body can function at its optimal. Conventional eggs are throwing their omega fatty acid ratios out of whack. They have estrogenic herbicide concerns, and of course, probably hundreds and hundreds of minor concerns we can't even list. Egg whites in that high of an amount definitely cause gut issues for most people. They deplete biotin. Turkey bacon is like the pinnacle of, soccer mom health. Like, oh, pork bacon's bad for you. Let me get some turkey bacon. And it's just the same omega-6 laden crap because they feed turkeys and pigs basically the same. I mean, obviously this is better than a standard American diet, but I wouldn't say it's exceptionally healthier than most people eat. These oat bars are so horrible for your gut. Bananas have lectins and certain anti-nutrients that are horrible, really do cause leaky gut on their own. The egg, throwing the omega fatty acid ratios off even more. Those negative things we previously spoke about. And peanut butter is not a great choice. I guess it's not the end of the world if you have some organic peanut butter once a week, a couple times a month. But having that much peanut butter, hundreds and hundreds of calories on a daily basis is just putting your omega-6 so high. The mold, the mycotoxins, the other stuff that's typical to peanuts, something that's harvested conventionally, sprayed with so much stuff, stored in.
A lot of people who just don't know shit about nutrition kind of get confused over this, and they might be convinced oh my God, didn't know that, plant foods were such a big problem. If somebody can't actually provide evidence that these things the lectins or the mycotoxins or something in something actually causes a problem, if you can't show that oatmeal or peanut butter or something increases risk of disease or death, clearly it doesn't fucking matter. So this is just complete fucking gobbledygook. He has no argument, so he just fabricates ones. It's sort of like what Alex Jones does, where he has no evidence for any of his claims, so he'll just rant about fucking aliens or something and just scream his head off.
I bet Frank has to shave that unibrow to regular eyebrows before every video or live stream. I'm surprised he doesn't eat a vegan diet so his stick will have better blood flow for all that gay butt sex he secretly likes.
Well, I don't think that really matters much for him because he seems like more of a bottom to me. He also constantly talks about sissy boys and fairies and stuff, so he projects a lot. I'm pretty sure he's a bottom, so he doesn't really need interaction. But thanks for the nation, Vegan Ninja. Appreciate it.
Low quality conditions. Not ideal.
I'm gonna make those oat bars. Courtney made them. She posted them on her channel. But this is a boring old chicken rice. Sadly, I ran out of broccoli, so I had some peas and carrot frozen mixed in the freezer. I'm trying to get my veggies in still in the off season because I neglected that a little bit last year. This year, I'll be better. 230 grams of white rice, 165 grams of chicken breast, and I put in 10 grams of ghee butter. This is clarified lactose-free butter, and it tastes fucking good. My parents used to always put butter in rice when I was younger, and it tasted amazing. So this is just a little extra fats. 10 grams of it, 90 calories, so a little bit extra in there. And yeah, this is what meal number 2 looks like. Keeping it simple and keeping it clean.
Hey, you would think someone whose livelihood depends so much on what they eat would know a little bit more about food and nutrition. Ghee is clarified butter, and all butter is lactose-free. I don't know why he said lactose-free. The difference between ghee and butter is that the milk proteins are removed, not the lactose, which is the milk sugar. And on paper, if this entire meal was organic and he removed the vegetables, it would actually be pretty healthy. But it is kind of hard to source chicken that is of high quality since he's not using high-quality organic ingredients. What type of feed was the chicken getting? What type of water was the right?
Yeah, clarified butter is absolutely horrible for you. It's worse than normal butter. A lot, and it's really weird. I don't know why this is never brought up in these cholesterol denier communities. They will go on and on about how like oxidized LDL is so bad for you and everything. And it's the oxidized LDL that's the problem, not like the LDL quantity itself. Well, G actually produces, like if you consume it, it actually causes your oxidized LDL particles to shoot up like crazy, because if you look at the way it's produced, it's processed at high heat for a very long period of time. It's probably why it does that. So it's really weird how people like Frank will go on about how, oh, it's like the oxidation process of LDL that makes it, harmful. Well, G produces, like, if you consume it, it actually ends up causing you to have more oxidized LDL particles in your blood. So, don't know why he considers it a health food. Even by his own standards, it's terrible for you. Chicken isn't great for you either. Don't know why this would be considered a healthy meal.
How polluted is everything? Throwing a bag of frozen vegetables into your meal is worse off than not having them at all. Most people are not deficient in the nutrients that are contained in vegetables. I mean, you could go your whole life without eating them, as most of our ancestors did, and be perfectly fine. The ghee on paper.
What is this claim? Most of our ancestors never ate vegetables. What the fuck is he talking about? Let's see. Common vitamin deficiencies. Actually, it is relatively common to be deficient in folate. And folate deficiencies are especially dangerous for pregnant women because they can lead to birth defects like Down syndrome. So no, there are nutrients in plant foods like folate that a lot of people aren't getting enough of.
Paper is a good source of fat because it's not super high in omega-6. Usually grass-fed is pretty accessible and it keeps things in balance.
I'm now eating meal number 3. I have 156 grams of ground turkey, to be specific, and 300 grams of raw weight sweet potato. I weigh my sweet potato raw because I only cook one meal at a time and it would just be weird to not do it any otherwise. And I'm putting my sriracha combo on this, and it actually tastes so good. I lather it in sriracha and then I'll ketchup to like dim down the heat because I'm not very good with hot sauce.
This is typical bodybuilding stuff, what the average person thinks is healthy. Ground turkey, oh, lean protein, no fat. Sweet potatoes, oh, of course they're healthy. I'm not a fan of either of these sources of caloric energy or nutrition in general. I think, beef, venison, some type of ruminant meat, or the highest quality poultry or fish that you can access is a much better source. Going conventional is always going to have omega-6 concerns. The meat is just so full of chemicals and antibiotics and stuff you don't want to be consuming. And I've never found one person that digests sweet potatoes well. I'm kind of against them as a carbohydrate in general. I think white potatoes are okay, like russet and red potatoes work for some people.
This is just complete gobbledygook. Oh, chemicals this, pollutants that. Not like, this is just nonsense. I've never found one person who digests sweet potatoes well. What the fuck does that mean? This is insanely fucking boring to watch, man. These are like Frank's worst fucking videos.
But the rice, the grains seem to be better on most.
He just says the same fucking thing each time.
From what I've seen when people eat sweet potatoes.
Oh, it's not organic. There's fucking chemicals in it.
Alright, pre-workout snack is going to be a little apple before I head to the gym. I like having fruit because fruit is health and health as well. And some of none other than the C-Bum pre-workout.
So he's saying very, very, very taken for granted, appeal to authority stuff. Oh, apples are obviously healthy because fruit is healthy. Apple a day keeps the doctor away. It's just nonsense. Just look up an apple on a nutrient database, and all you really see is that it has a small amount of vitamin C, which is negated by the high sugar content, and a very small amount of B vitamins. Apples are great for the high water content, the volume, the fiber, the gut motility, but some people don't digest them too well. And of course it's not organic. So, how many chemicals are in it? I mean, I've eaten.
This is the same thing over and over again. I'm fucking bored of this shit.
We
Let's
spoke
see.
About the dangers of mercury amalgam. Fucking amalgam. You guys were giving me crap last week for how I was saying it. The point is, if the person telling you the truth doesn't know the terminology, then maybe the people in the field, the dentist, the orthodontist, are all complicit with each other in making you sick and padding their bank accounts. I mean, that being said.
So he admits he's not even familiar with these sorts of terms like amalgam, and apparently he knows more than trained dentists who've gone through years and years of schooling. Okay.
A lot of you guys last week didn't actually know the dangers of those fillings, so I figured I can address 2 other common dental procedures. wisdom tooth removal, and root canals. One very important thing to understand is that, generally speaking, most modern medical procedures or interventions are band-aids for the problems that you actually have. So many diseases and issues arise from poor food quality and high radiation environments that doctors and dentists have been trained to treat those problems for our entire lives. Personally, I haven't been treated by a doctor in about 10 years. I've had a few dental cleanings here and there, but that's just cosmetic because I wanted white teeth. Then you have people going to the doctor's office every week, every time they...
Yeah, because dental cleanings don't prevent cavities, right?
Sneeze.
You want to practice more skating, sweetie?
For that same period of time, I've been told I have a cavity that needs to be, drilled and filled, but I've never done so, and it's perfectly fine. Just about everyone knows what wisdom teeth are. The third set of molars that you get in your teens, perhaps early 20s, long after all your adult teeth have come in. Due to poor facial development, lack of nutrition predominantly, our bone structure in general, the skull and jaw especially, what we're looking at every day.
So Frank has had a cavity for a long period of time, and he says he's just fine? Eventually that's probably going to rot away more and more, get infected, and then you might have a much bigger problem.
Are not large enough to naturally accommodate our teeth. Therefore, the teeth come in crooked, misaligned. You ever wonder why some people have perfect teeth and others don't? It's genetics. It's simply their nutritional environment, which we've spoken about many times in past videos. I think it was titled, What Makes Us...
I ate a shit ton of fruits and vegetables as a kid, and my teeth are perfectly aligned. I've actually been to the dentist quite a few times, and they've asked me if I've ever had braces, and I said no, and they're actually surprised because my teeth were just perfectly aligned.
Beautiful. Root canals involve a bit more than just pulling the wisdom teeth out, although you'd probably be better off getting the teeth pulled than a root canal. When a person's tooth becomes infected and an abscess forms near the root, a pocket of bacteria, it's more of an extreme downside of a modern diet. Immediate bacterial infections that can be so painful people want to die. The dentist has to remove the tooth, dig out that pulp, the root of the tooth. He's digging a canal composed of very sensitive nerves, and then he replaces all of that with a type of plastic and then puts your tooth back on or something synthetic. If you do think you need a medical procedure, it's always important to get the opinion of several different doctors and specialists, even for something like wisdom tooth removal. It's tough because most families go to the same dentist their whole lives. Then when the dentist tells...
I have seen some dentists who are really shady who've recommended procedures just because they're expensive so they could weasel money out of people. So it's not the worst idea. You can just check online for reviews, and usually this sort of shit gets exposed.
Tells them, oh, you need XYZ procedure, the family blindly agrees and trusts them. The same thing with doctors. And if you don't agree, they use their authority to weaponize fear. And in the few cases where they couldn't just get you to do it by asking, that tends to work. And these people are indoctrinated and brainwashed to believe what they're doing for you is actually good. It's actually the right thing. So they get really angry. Like, how could you not trust me? I know everything about health and I'm gonna fix you. That's the unfortunate mindset. Possible, some of them are just complacent, which means they're evil and they know what they're doing. And I guess a lot of them realize that at an older age. What's kind of crazy is 85% of people have their wisdom teeth removed in America. And that varies by country, which makes you kind of suspicious. Like, hold on, wait. Why are they doing it differently there? If we're doing it this way here, is one better than the other? And you realize just the whole system's corrupt. This isn't a simple, non-invasive procedure. They're literally ripping teeth out of your jawbone.
So part of the reason why certain countries don't perform wisdom tooth removal as frequently is because not everybody has wisdom teeth. It varies by region. And I'd imagine since there's economic differences in countries as well, not everyone can afford certain procedures. So that's probably why.
Out of the roof of your mouth, there's a lot that could go wrong. The nerve damage, they can punch holes in your sinus cavity. Imagine how much of a nightmare that would be, problems the rest of your life. And those are two primary risks I know about, but no one mentions the sunken mouth. You know how those old people that they lose all their teeth and their mouth sucks in, it looks like it's not attractive. What we're doing here is like a lesser version of that. Your mouth will certainly sink in, your cheeks, your jaw. The reason they typically do this when people are young is so they don't notice those facial changes as much and they just say, oh, he's still growing, he'll be fine. But they're making you and your kids uglier. They don't want you to know that. So if you're in a situation where your wisdom...
What the fuck is he talking about? Removing your wisdom teeth doesn't affect your face at all. He's talking about old ladies with no teeth and their mouths are sunken in. What the fuck does that have to do with wisdom teeth removal?
Frank Tufano has the whitest teeth blendy of old men I've come across. Get it? Har har har.
I'm assuming because semen is good for your teeth, apparently. Helps whiten it. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Ninja. Appreciate it.
Teeth are definitely impacted. I would get a full 3D x-ray, confirm that 100% with multiple doctors, and maybe there's a way around it. Maybe if they remove the upper teeth and then let the wisdom teeth come in place, you definitely don't want to completely ruin your facial structure. You need to replace where those teeth are to not have any changes. Moving on, the goal of root canals is simply to remove that infected pulp and abscess.
Yeah, so I've had perfect dental alignment my entire life. I've never needed braces, and most dentists I see think I've had braces because my teeth are perfectly aligned. I had wisdom teeth as a kid. They didn't actually alter anything in my mouth. They didn't cause my teeth to be impacted or anything. I still got them removed, and my teeth are aligned the exact same way. That's just an anecdote, but where is he getting this? That wisdom teeth removal causes your entire mouth to change? Please show me. Didn't he just make a video going on some rant where, I hate how she doesn't provide evidence for her claims? Where's the fucking research here, Frank?
The bacteria which can be in a pouch-like wound. Problem is, that pulp has many different functions, delivering nutrients, healing the tooth, and even if it's infected, that pulp is kind of transporting and removing bacteria and trying to fix the problem. We've been conditioned to believe that our teeth, our hair, aren't really living parts of our body and can be removed without repercussion. But everything has a function, some more so than others. Would you let a doctor cut off your finger because it has an infected cut? I mean, the gallbladder removal.
Yeah, if the infection can't be fucking cured, Frank, it's kind of better than letting the infection spread to your heart where you can't cut it off and then you just fucking die. Do you not realize they actually do remove limbs because of infections, Frank? What the fuck is he talking about? Yeah. I would let a doctor cut off my finger if I had necrotizing fasciitis and it was going to spread to my entire fucking arm and I'd have to get my entire fucking arm cut off. What?
Those are ridiculous. The colon stuff. It's really disgusting and discouraging that doctors, it might as well be a butcher shop. So the problem starts with the material they actually use to replace the pulp in the tooth. Gutta percha, I looked up the pronunciation of that one, boys, is a type of plastic.
Do they actually even replace... Okay, I don't think they actually put anything in wisdom teeth. Let me see. Yeah, wisdom teeth removal. Huh? They're extra teeth, you don't need them. Yeah, they don't add anything to wisdom teeth. So that's just horseshit. Yeah, they just take them out and then they sew it up. So that's just a lie. Let's see. Root canal. Live root canal demonstration. This is 30 minutes. What really happens during a root canal? That's 6 minutes. This is a... Let's see. Oh, wait. Okay, this is an infographic.
It's called your dental pulp, or let's just call it the dental nerve. The start of a cavity is in the crown part, and if it goes unchecked, it slowly progresses into the nerve, and when bacteria get into the nerve, they cause an abscess and an infection starts. Like I said previously, a root canal can help save your tooth. During a root canal, the dentist will numb you up with anesthetic so you won't feel anything, and then we'll place a rubber dam. The rubber dam is 100% for your safety. The next step is to remove the decay and infection from the inside of your tooth. Small files will be used to remove the nerve and any infection. Your tooth will be cleaned and disinfected, and then a rubber material called gutta percha will be placed in the tooth to seal from the tip of the root to about halfway up. A filling will then be placed to seal the deal. We recommend placing a crown on back root canal.
So what was that thing called?
Gutta percha will be placed.
Gutta percha? Gutta percha. Okay. Gutta percha is a material used to fill a tooth after root canal procedure. Gutta percha, a plastic substance from a Malaysian tree called a percha tree, is used as permanent filling in root canals. So it's a natural, quote-unquote, product. That's interesting. Plastic substance from a tree. I don't know if there's... It's got a perch toxic. Most widely used root canal filling material because of its well-known low toxicity. In vitro cytotoxicity of root canal filling materials. Got a perch, yeah. Let's see.
It looks like paper, but...
So it does have some toxicity, but I mean, if it's in your fucking tooth and it's not going anywhere and it has a low toxicity to begin with, what is he talking about?
Made from a tree. But that only comprises about 20% of the material, 66% of it being zinc oxide, and the remainder being heavy metals. Now, heavy metals obviously toxic and damaging to the body.
Okay, what does he mean, heavy metals? What? I don't think he knows what he's fucking talking about. Okay, let's actually look this up. Root canal filling material. Let's go to fucking Wikipedia. That might be the quickest answer. Got a perch in a natural polymer. Ad seal root canal sealer? I don't know if that's the thing. Ad seal root canal sealer. Let's see what's in it. Components. Dual syringe, that's not it. Composition. Base epoxy, oligomer resin, ethanol, glycol, something. Calcium phosphate. I'm not seeing the heavy metals that he's talking about.
Body, so is zinc oxide. It's kind of funny because you can look up like, oh, is zinc oxide toxic? And they're like, oh yeah, it can damage your lungs, but you'll be okay. Really? Do you want that in your body? You know, of course the government bodies that oversee these materials deem them safe, you know, just like it's safe, you know, to sleep under a cell tower. In reality, the material used for root canals is toxic in itself, let alone any infectious bacteria that will remain. What that means is regardless of medical cleaning, chemicals, techniques.
What do you mean infectious bacteria that will remain? They get rid of the infection, you dumbass. Like, that's the whole fucking point of the root canal.
High levels of endotoxins are still in the cavity after the sterilization, after the root canal. Despite most bacteria being eliminated, the endotoxins remain. Endotoxins are released when bacteria ruptures or...
Yeah, so that's not bacteria, Frank. Endotoxins are separate from bacteria, and like, even if what you're saying is true, like, what, we're supposed to leave the infection in there?
Disintegrates and are toxic, hence the name. I was looking at one study literally showing several 60-year-old patients had brain abscesses from the bacteria multiplying in their mouths. You know, this ties back to the money aspect. You know, dentists charge between $1,500 and $2,000 for a root canal procedure, and then you have all these health problems that make a whole bunch of other doctors a bunch of money. Statistically, about 50% of root canals fail within 10 years. You know, imagine how much damage was caused before people realize it's, you know, completely screwed. The alternative to a root canal is having a dental implant, basically a screw in your jaw. I don't know how much of a better option that is. There's definitely some radiation issues with the metal. The point is, fix your nutrition, fix your lifestyle, get your fats, lipids, vitamins in balance, make sure you have plenty of magnesium and minerals in your diet, and you won't have dental issues. Really, any health issues. There was a very popular documentary called The Root Cause. It was actually taken off Netflix, but...
Doesn't Frank eat, like, cookies all the fucking time? Like, the main risk factor for dental caries is processed sugar. And he eats processed sugar all the time. Like, what is this horseshit? Like, well, if you eat minerals, shit, like, your teeth will be... No. What?
But I think it's on YouTube. I haven't seen it, but I looked up a quick summary, and it correlates root canals to cancer. And there are plenty of studies I looked at that did show that. And it's understandable because the amount of bacteria and toxins in these wounds in your mouth by the root canals on a daily basis for years and years and years, perhaps decades, are bound to cause massive amounts of damage and create opportunities for other infections in other parts when the bacterium is traveling to nearby tissue. I drew this here almost as a joke, but the truth is sad because, you know, cysts, enclosed bacterial wounds will literally grow on top of the root canal, and that'll stay there and just keep generating endotoxins that will continue to damage your body. That amount of toxins can become so great that it exceeds any other lifestyle negatives. But it's usually a combination of several things. You know, for me, it was the high radiation environment, the metal implants in my jaw, plus...
None of this makes any sense. Like, he's talking about a potential complication that could exist from a root canal. Well, okay, if you have an infected tooth, like, what the fuck else are you supposed to do?
Liver damage from iron overload. Now that I've addressed each of those factors, I feel a lot better. I'm getting healthier, but it can take years and years and years to fix damage that was caused over years and years and years. And most people don't have access to the right information. Speaking of which, if you're trying to search for this information on YouTube, on Google, incredibly difficult to find anything that goes against the mainstream, smiling dentists telling you the procedure is safe and has no downsides, yet they're gonna completely mess up your face. Speaking of which, is facial regression a term? I'm assuming someone's smart enough to have come up with it before, but maybe Frankie Boy should be writing the medical textbooks. So I think this will wrap up the dental discussions for now. I could probably do a video on cavities.
Yeah, that's fucking bad. Is he making videos about dental health? Like, it's weird. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, did he run out of videos to make on other topics? And now he's talking about don't get your cavities filled, don't get a root canal, just let your teeth rot.
Attracted any vegan fairy boys with that title. And don't worry about me making fun of them, because if they actually watch this video, they'll be too distracted by my body.
So this is a homophobic joke coming from a former gay prostitute who has on camera eaten goat testicles. And he's making a nut joke about how vegans love nuts. Dude, you literally eat nuts, like testicles. And you've, like, sucked on dick before.
Biceps to hear what I'm saying. And for the brief period of time I get to watch TV every day, I am bombarded by conventional health wisdom. It's no coincidence that my parents had the 3 most popular nuts in their cabinet, as they've been brainwashed by that conventional health wisdom their whole lives.
Let's see, does he have any links to research? No, of course not. Let's just increase the playback speed.
They believe this stuff is genuinely healthy. Whole grains, eat your fruits and vegetables, red meat is the devil. Don't look at an egg, your heart's gonna explode. Big Nut has a big load they need to sell, because just about every individual nut has their own advertising campaign.
Irresistibly delicious for some juice.
Heart health. So some of this stuff might sound familiar, but the principle is simple. I don't think these foods should be included in any diet in any considerable amount, maybe a few times per month in very small amounts if you have access to high quality, organic, specific types of nuts. It's weird how the vegan boys know so much about nuts and loads, and they don't know which ones you should actually be eating. I guess they're not focusing on the...
Yeah, organic doesn't make anything any less organic doesn't make anything healthier. In fact, with a lot of organic produce, tends to have less nutrition in it because they have to use manures rather than nitrogen-enriched fertilizers.
The right kind, huh? From a natural procurement perspective, every nut and seed is far too labor-intensive to be considered a staple of every human diet. The amount of farming and processing infrastructure we have set up now has made an unrealistic source of nutrition a staple in most people's diets.
This is coming from a guy who orders meat from literally the opposite side of the planet that gets shipped to him. He orders meat from Australia for his free-range meat business, and then he's talking about how nuts are way too labor-intensive to be, like, a staple of anyone's diet. Dude, you order food from literally across the side of the fucking planet. I'm pretty sure harvesting, like, almonds in California is quite viable if you're able to order meat from the opposite side of the globe.
In nature, these trees are specific to certain parts of the world. Not every group of people has access to them. Even if they did, the trees are only ripe small portions of the year, and you would guarantee the foraging animals, the hogs, the boars, would get to them first. You might only have a handful of these and probably spend more calories procuring them, cracking them open, than they would actually give you. You're not going to beat a squirrel to a nut.
What the fuck is he talking about? Like, nuts are extremely high in calories. Doing this, like peeling a fucking nut, doesn't burn many calories. Like, what is he talking about?
Modern methods have allowed us to plant many trees in close proximity, use mechanical harvesting and processing to remove the calorically intensive labor aspect. Walnuts and almonds have a very hard outer shell that needs to be removed, whereas pistachios are actually...
People have eaten nuts for thousands of years. I remember there was an ancient Greek Roman ruler who was obsessed with pistachios. Like, if these foods weren't viable for anyone to eat and you burn more calories than you get from them, like, people wouldn't have cultivated them if they had, like, no practical use. So this idea is just beyond stupid. And, like, again, this is a guy who orders meat from literally the other side of the fucking planet, and then he's talking about how only modern farming methods make it possible for you to eat nuts. Yeah, gee, think only modern farming methods are what make it possible for you to eat meat with every fucking meal, Frank. Realist guys.
Actually the seed of a fruit that is inedible for humans, and there's been a whole lot of publicity about things like cashews requiring basically slave labor in other countries, but you never hear vegans talking badly about their cashew bullshit salad dressing, do you? Although you could argue that most plant foods in general are unrealistic to procure compared to caloric nutrition from animal foods, especially things that are easy to
Yeah, fine.
harvest, like shellfish. You know, vegetables or grains are far more practical than nuts, actually doable with hand tools and work animals. And before we even get into the nutrition, pay-per-value vitamins and minerals, plant-based fatty acids that don't actually work, we have to consider how the nuts are grown and stored. You know, this isn't going to be, a normie video about calories or fats. You know, those factors are irrelevant if the food quality in your diet is high. You know, someone saying that you shouldn't snack on nuts because you could eat 300-400 calories real quick, they have no clue about nutrition. No clue at all. The problem starts with the chemicals, the pesticides, insecticides, herbicides, fungicides, what I like to refer to as agrochemicals that are sprayed on the nuts. And that's because the crops are very vulnerable, very expensive, and the farm...
This is all gobbledygook. Please provide evidence that any of these agrochemicals are harmful to human health in normal quantities you'd be exposed to.
Farmers use those
no evidence for
chemicals,
this.
Toxins, video.
So I'm just going to go on
So if you
about...
go organic to eat on...
What was that article right there? The real reason almonds are destroying California. Something to do with water. Most of California's water is actually gone for alfalfa. Let's see, for the nuts tested, 25% samples, multiple residues containing more than 2 pesticides. Cumulative risk for the pesticides were 8.4. So what does it mean by risk? What is this? 29 pesticides including organophosphates, blah, blah, blah. So this is in China. Short-term risks for the tested nuts were below 1.2%. Highest long-term risk was 12.8%. So Frank just decided to show the abstract because he doesn't want anyone reading the actual study. There's no significant health risk
saying that they found all of these pollutants
for consumers via nut consumption. So he's literally showing so he won't even show the study. He's hiding the actual title so people can't even read the study. He's only showing the abstract. But he's trying to claim that nuts are harmful because of pesticides, but literally right there in the abstract it says there was no significant health risk for consumers via nut consumption. I think this is just exposure for people working with these pesticides. Yeah, so Frank's an idiot.
These nuts. Since the nuts are high in fat, they're very prone to absorbing these chemicals. Point being, they're not safe to eat. On top of that, almonds are destroying California ecosystems, and you could probably do a whole documentary on that. So if you go organic, you can reduce and sort of eliminate most of those chemical concerns, but organic nuts are very expensive, very difficult to find. If you go to Whole Foods even, you won't see them on the shelf for most of them. And that's because most farming infrastructure is not set up for organic. Even if you do find organic nuts, keep in mind how they're processed and stored. The nuts have to be deshelled and washed. Definitely some concerns about chemicals leaching from the water they're using. Many are dry heated, so the raw marketing can be deceptive, as you can heat a product below 117 degrees Fahrenheit and still market as raw. That can make the fats a lot more oxidized. And we also have mycotoxins.
He's talking about oxidized fats, but he considers G a health food, which is clarified butter, which is treated at very high heat for a prolonged period of time. Like, what the fuck?
And aflatoxins, toxins produced by fungus that tend to grow on nuts and seeds being stored. This is a problem with grains as well. The current food system is not about fresh, local, sustainable, constant turnover. They care more about maximizing yield numbers, throwing the product in a warehouse for months, even years, and getting it to the consumer in some form with a reasonable appearance. No expectations of composition or safety. As I said earlier, I won't be going in depth on omega fatty acid ratios, why the omega-6 is harmful, because I've done video series on that. I will quickly say that the body cannot utilize the omega-3s in nuts, convert them properly due to the high omega-6 content inhibiting certain enzymes. And some nuts are better than others.
So, your body converts ALA into EPA and DHA, and there's a certain, omega-6 and omega-3 fats have a certain binding affinity to a particular enzyme. It's about 4 to 1. There's a lot of nuts that have about a 4 to 1 ratio of omega-6 to omega-3 fats. Not almonds. Walnuts, I know for sure. I think they have like a 2 to 1 ratio. I know there's a bunch of seeds, like hemp seeds and shit. They have a 4 to 1 ratio. None of this actually fucking matters, by the way. Like, please show me a study where nut consumption was associated with, like, increased risk of heart disease. You can't.
Meaning they're lower in omega-6. So walnuts are incredibly high in omega-6, even though they have more omega-3 and a better ratio than most.
What does he mean? Where's English walnuts? Ratio of omega-6 to omega-3, it's 4 to 1. What is he talking about it being incredibly high? Just because the fat content is high. Pecans, 21 to 1, okay.
Pistachios are moderate, almonds being slightly lower. Macadamia and coconut
none of this matters.
Two that I include personally in my diet. And you want to focus more on having a low omega-6 intake overall as opposed to the specific ratio in the diet. It's better to consume 1 gram of omega-6 and no omega-3 fatty acids as opposed to 10 grams of omega-6 and 5 grams of omega-3. You're overloading your body.
Please show the evidence, Frank.
Body with both, as opposed to just having a little bit of something bad. Moving on to phytic acid phytates, which is the plant storage form of phosphorus, an anti-nutrient that can bind to minerals in your own body. It varies over 20-fold depending on the mineral content of the soil, so it's kind of hard to address here, and it's not really relevant. It does give you kind of a reason to soak your nuts for a few days in salted water to reduce that phytic acid content, but in reality, the agrochemical concerns and the toxin concerns far exceed any anti-nutrients, and that really applies to all grains, vegetables, and fruits. As long as you prepare them properly, anti-nutrients aren't that big of a deal. Maybe in my next day of eating, I'll show you guys how I incorporate some macadamia nuts, some coconut into my diet.
Oh, that was brutal. So, incredibly retarded bullshit from Frank, as usual. No, Finn. So, I think I will open up the Discord
news article. I don't know what the deal is. I was getting notifications on my phone. I heard it on the radio. I saw it on TV, on TikTok, YouTube notifications. For some reason, they want every single person on the planet to see that tech mogul Brian Johnson, 45 years old, spent...
The only reason Frank is talking about this, I was going to react to it actually, is he's jealous. So he's jealous that this guy is getting so much attention and can spend so much time and money on his fitness. That's the only reason Frank's even talking about this. Jesus, he's so such a nasty, jealous person.
It's $2 million per year to get 18-year-old body. Now, what struck me as odd was his name, Brian Johnson. That's actually Liver King's real name, Brian Johnson, which is an unusual coincidence.
Well, it's spelled differently.
Coincidence, huh? What's the agenda behind this, though? Why do they want so many people to know that this clown spends all this money? And guys, his goal is to eventually have all of his major organs, including his brain, liver, kidneys, teeth, skin, hair, penis, and rectum, functioning as they were in his late teens. Johnson said, I don't know, that sounds like some Costa Rican rat boy activities. Maybe he wants to join the Central American little boy part.
By the way, Frank constantly accuses other people of wanting to have sex with underage boys. The only reason he'd say that is because he wants to. This is just total projection.
I don't know. That's what it sounds like. But he went from looking like, I don't know, some average tech geek, I guess, to kind of flamboyant. weirdo, evil villain, Superman kind of looking guy. So, I mean, this is obviously a lot of cosmetic surgery. The hairline is kind of cartoonish, but let's actually watch this video on The View, and hopefully it doesn't get copyrighted. Otherwise, we'll be...
Wait. To what?
Yeah, I mean, he looks like some creepy old gay fashion dude.
This is just total projection.
Giga Chad Gum is here, and I've actually been selling mastic gum as a digestive aid for a few years now on organ supplements without any special branding. I foolishly mentioned it could be chewed as a gum for your jaw. And because of that, several distasteful characters decided to take that idea and brand the
Mastic gum has been used as a jaw muscle strengthener for fucking decades. Boxers have been doing it since like the fucking... like what, 70s or 80s? Fucking moron? You can find interviews with like Don Fry, UFC fighters who are fighting back in the 90s and 2000s, saying they use mastic gum.
Mastic gum as a chewing gum. Those two specific businesses, Gum of Gods and Neptune Gum, have made God knows how much money off of my creativity, ingenuity, while I'm sitting here with 2 thumbs up my ass shadow band. That being said, despite the shortcomings, I'm going to be a gentleman. I'm going to be polite, do my own thing. Which is why I would like Harris, the founder of Gum of Gods, to choke on my long fucking dick, you ugly secret society cocksucker. You scumbags keep stealing my fucking ideas without saying a fucking peep about me. Like I don't fucking exist. And I don't know if he owns Neptune Gum.
Like, bruh. Anyway.
If it's his boyfriend that owns Neptune Gum and they're guzzling each other, or if Harris owns both of them like a astroturfing degenerate and he's sucking on his own dick every day. I don't know what the deal is, but the branding is appropriate, you know, the ancient Greek stuff, because I'm sure he spends all that extra money vacationing in Mykonos with little boys. Just fucking dirtbag.
He's mad someone is selling the same product as him, even though this is being sold for decades, and fighters have used this to strengthen their jaw forever. And he thinks this is his idea.
That's why I can't stand these fucking people. They're a bunch of fucking liars. The one thing you need to know about these secret society dipshits is they will lie right to your fucking face. Like, you can't fucking tell. It's disgusting. I mean, I guess this isn't the best way to launch a product, but these are unique circumstances, to say the least. And the difference...
I think Frank's on steroids again. He's looking very red.
Between me and these companies is I'm not starting another company. I'm not starting a business. I'm selling this mastic gum, Giga Chat gum, at less than half the price of Gum of Gods and Neptune gum. And if you're wondering why I'm able to do that, sell it at $15 instead of $30, it's because I am breaking fucking even. I do not care. I will sit in my warehouse with a giant smile on my fucking face, gladly packaging up Giga Chat gum orders, knowing that you two fuck faces, Harris and your boyfriend, are gonna lose money, and everyone is going to know where the original idea came from. Plus, this fucking branding and marketing blows your dog shit out of the water, okay? Come on, look at the fucking face on this, bro. And there's another face on the back.
This is insane.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious. So about the product.
Yeah, people aren't going to want to buy that.
You guys can chew this and your jaw muscles will hypertrophy.
god. How much is it? Oh my god, dude. Yeah, so you can get the same thing on Amazon for half the price. This is just tarded.
You know, so instead of being like a soy boy beta cuck, fantasizing about femboys and all that stuff, boys in dresses, you can kind of, you know, set your jaw straight, get back to reality, start talking to chicks again, you know, giga chatting them. Plus the antimicrobial properties, so you guys see me grind this up into a powder and eat it basically every day. And when you chew it, the saliva that you're swallowing will like kind of have that similar effect. In suckers out of business. Yeah, it would.
Frank is an absolute insane person. Holy shit. Individual. Alright, so Frank Tufano instructing people on how to get skin cancer.
Oh, what's up, guys? I feel like a bug in one of those Venus flytraps. And before we get started, I did a video on if tanning beds are bad for you or not. That's definitely something that needs to be cleared out of the way. So if you guys haven't seen that, you know, the download.
Tanning beds are not safe. They cause skin cancer. So, yeah, they're emitting UV. UV causes skin cancer, you fucking moron.
Is basically, you know, the actual UVB, the sunlight coming from the bulbs, well, technically not sunlight, but the light coming from the bulbs that darkens our skin, that's what they want you to think is bad for you. It's not. The actual...
Like, I mean, it's just insane. It's ionizing, so it will break down protein bonds, and it causes cancer cells to develop. And besides that, it actually damages your fucking skin. Like, why the fuck do you think you start producing melanin in response to, you know, getting in contact with UV? It's because it damages your fucking skin. Like, he literally admitted it makes your skin darker. That's a defense mechanism from UV, you idiot. Like, it's so fucking stupid. It's like, the best analogy I can think of is like, if you get a cut on your arm or something, a scar will form. And that scar will be like tougher than your normal skin. And if you normally get like abrasions in a certain area, you'll end up developing a thicker and thicker callus to protect you from those abrasions. Like it's the same thing. Like, getting cut is not good for you. Like, same sort of fucking thing is happening here. Your skin will produce more melanin so that you don't get damaged from UV. Like, what he just said is a flat out admission that UV is harmful, but he's too stupid to fucking realize it. Oh my god, he's an idiot.
Downside.
Dude, like, imagine when he actually gets skin cancer. Like, he uses a tanning bed and goes outside and deliberately damages his skin. I can guarantee you this guy's gonna get skin cancer, even though he has darker skin. When he gets skin cancer, he's gonna fucking blame it on, like, Wi-Fi or cell phones or something fucking stupid. I'm gonna love the fucking video of him saying he got skin cancer from a fucking cell phone.
Tanning beds is the magnetic fields and the high power levels and electricity that's required to power them.
The magnetic fields are what's dangerous.
If you guys want to watch that video, definitely check it out, and then you can come back to this one. But I'm going to go over today how to get an affordable tanning setup in your home. You know, with how this summer has been with all the smog, it's been raining practically almost every day, and even the days when the sun does come out, there's clouds or there's smog conveniently just blocking that one spot of sun. You know, the only way for us to really be healthy, stimulate the skin recycling, collagen production, all of that stuff, is to have a tanning bed in your home. And it's probably better to get it now before the winter time. I'm guessing it's, you know, a lot of people trying to buy tanning beds in the winter. So there's a few things you need to do. One is get a used tanning bed on Facebook Marketplace. 2 is get it installed. And 3 is replace the bulbs. My total cost for this is around $1,500, but I paid someone to pick up the tanning bed for me. So, if you're okay with driving a van or something and you look a little harder, I think all of this can be done easily for less than $1,000. So this is a SunQuest Pro 24 XL. There's tons of these on Facebook Marketplace used. This was recommended to me by this tanning guy I was talking to. I was trying to get him to build me like a custom device or something, and he actually recommended I get one of these. This was his favorite model. It's like a workhorse. They're consistent, they're reliable, there's a lot of them, and they're affordable. I thought this was newer, and then when I looked on the serial panel, 1991, made in Holland. So hey, it works perfectly. That's a testament to the craftsmanship of this, but this thing is older than me. Go figure. So I think I paid $300 for this, but I had to pay the guy a few hundred to put it in his trailer because this is not something you can fit in an SUV. You need two guys to lift it, and if you need to take the top off to fit it in your car, it's definitely a two-man job. But got this on Facebook Marketplace, made sure it worked, all the bulbs turned on, because if it doesn't, then you're gonna have to replace some starters and stuff, which is not that difficult, but ideally, with how many of these are out there and how many people are trying to sell them, you can definitely find one that has all the starters working and all the bulbs working. So after I got the tanning bed here, the next step was to run the electric line, because this does not run on regular 120 volt electricity. It's on 220. So depending on where your circuit breaker is, depending on where you put this, it's going to be between $300 and $500 to get an electrician to install this tanning bed. That's
holy crap. Like, imagine having to either unplug your fucking, like, refrigerator or oven to plug this in, or, like, pay an electrician just so you can get skin cancer. You have to be a special kind of fucking moron.
Probably the most irritating thing, if you don't have an electrician, or someone to do it, not getting charged too much. But realistically, it shouldn't be more than, 2 to 4 hours of work for the electrician, and they shouldn't bill you more than like $150 to $200.
We need a frank
$200 an hour. So we're talking, $300 to $400 for the tanning bed, $300 to $400 to run a 220 line. I'll show you guys the plug here. So you guys can see this is not like a regular 120 volt outlet plug. You need a special.
What is he talking about? Oh. I see. The prongs are horizontal.
Outlet plug. You need a special plug to put this in. I'll just go over a few more things when it comes to the type of tanning bed. This is what I'm familiar with. This is what I was recommended to buy. Any of the SunQuest models are going to be full bulbs down the whole bed, which is important because you don't want any face lamps or any specialized, mechanical stuff that might need to be replaced. That's a lot harder to do. And you're sure it's on 220 electric. If you find a commercial tanning bed for sale, I think most of those are on 3-phase electric, and you don't want to get an inverter in your house. You're not going to have enough power to run a commercial tanning bed in your home. So you want to make sure it's a residential tanning bed that runs on 220 and that it has long bulbs.
I don't think I unfriended you on Facebook, dude. Give me a second.
You want to go other brands, you want to do that other stuff, this is really the safest bet. So once you have your tanning bed, once you have the electrical set up, then obviously you've made sure everything is working. Even if all the bulbs in the bed work, it's helpful to ask the owner, hey, how old are these bulbs? Where are they from? Because every single one, but they were like 20 years old. The owner told me that these bulbs were new, but what she meant was they were 20-year-old bulbs that had been sitting in a box unused. So yeah, technically they're new, but technically they're also 20 years old. So Those older bulbs are much weaker, they have lower UVB, and they're not nearly as effective for tanning.
Yeah, so that would be ideal considering if you have newer, more powerful bulbs, that's only more cancer causing.
You know, I was in that bed for like half an hour with those bulbs and I didn't feel anything. So I called up my tanning buddy and I was like, hey, I've been sitting in this bed all day and I'm not feeling the UVB. And he goes, oh, well, the bulbs are older and you need to replace them. So I went to Tanning Lamps for Less.
Like, he's admitting, I don't feel these bulbs burning my skin, so I need to get new bulbs so I can, like, literally feel them burning my skin. And he's trying to tell you, everybody, yeah, this is safe. This doesn't damage your skin. It doesn't cause cancer. Such an idiot.
.com, and he recommended I get these Sunmaster Cougar bulbs. These are the highest UVB bulbs you can purchase. So in regards to vitamin D production, I think the UVB on these bulbs is 9.5%, which is very high compared to other tanning bulbs. Usually they're around 2 or 3%. So we replaced all of the bulbs.
Oh my God. Yeah, there's probably a reason why they're only 2 or 3%. It's because most companies don't want to make very high UV emitting bulbs because they know people are going to damage their fucking skin, you idiot. What a moron. Oh my God, he's so stupid. Yeah, like any day now, he's going to make a video talking about how he got skin cancer, but it's definitely not from the UV radiation.
In this bed with the Sunmaster Cougar high UVB bulbs. There were some other bronzing ones he recommended, so I was kind of like trying to figure out which ones to go with, and I just decided ultimately to go with the higher UVB bulbs. And you want a bulb that's as strong as possible because you want to minimize your time in the tanning bed to reduce your exposure to the magnetic.
Yeah, get the strongest bulb you can so you can burn your skin that much faster.
And electric fields of the bed. So, you know, if you come in here for 10 minutes 3 times a week, it's not that big of a deal. But if you have some weak bulbs and you gotta sit in this thing for a long period of time, you know, you're exposing yourself to pretty high levels of magnetic fields for a long period.
Like, again, what the fuck are magnetic fields gonna do to you? Why is he afraid of that, but not the UV? It doesn't make any sense. It's just so baffling.
It's a pretty simple job.
It's like thinking drinking bleach is okay, but like, you know, don't drink too much water. You want to like avoid water, but drink as much bleach as you want.
On these models, you know, these wires that hold the bulbs and they just kind of pull right off. It's hard to break the wires. You can't really mess it up. You do have to be careful when putting the bulbs in. Just make sure not to break them. Just be careful because they're not that expensive, but it's kind of annoying to buy some replacement ones. Honestly, if you get some bulbs from TanningLamps4Less.com, I would just get 1 or 2 extra, spend a few dollars just in case. And then on this part here, you know, there's just like 2 Phillips head screws on the end. This comes up really easy. You pull the acrylic out, and it's a super easy, simple job to do all of the stuff related to this tanning bed, guys. I'm not mechanically inclined, so this whole process was very simple, very easy, and using Facebook Marketplace and things made this very affordable because, I mean, these beds new, I think they're, you know, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 each, so definitely not cheap, and, you know, most people aren't going to drop that much money on a tanning bed setup, but if you can do it in your own home for less than $1,000, it makes a lot of sense. I've been using...
Yeah, spend $1,000 on something that'll give you cancer. It makes a lot of sense. Don't get a treadmill or anything. Just, you know, get a tanning bed that'll give you cancer.
Using this maybe once or twice a week now, but in the winter maybe I'll do it 2 or 3 times. It's honestly just to really stimulate the melanin production in the skin, to keep the skin recycling. You know, this isn't...
Again, he's admitting that UV triggers melanin production. Why the fuck do you think it does that? The reason you have melanin in your skin is to protect yourself against UV radiation. How the fuck can he admit that you produce melanin to protect against UV and then claim UV is not dangerous?
It's something where you're gonna try to blast your face off like you summer sun. This is to either like balance out a tan on your face and hands, or in the winter months to just get a little bit of color and keep that UVB coming in slightly. It's not a total replacement for the sun by any means whatsoever, but it's a good substitute in these current circumstances we're having.
Yeah, you should avoid sun exposure as much as you reasonably can as well.
Especially with the weather and the smog and everything. So I really prioritized getting this ASAP after I saw how the weather was. You know, because if you're not getting at least like 1 or 2 days of sun a week, it's kind of hard to optimize and recover your health. Yeah, so guys, it works.
Oh my God.
Turns on nice and easy.
Imagine sitting in that. That is so bad for you.
Now that's actually the front of the bed. On my left, your right. But I figured there's more mechanical stuff on that end of the bed. So I've been lying with my head on the foot end of the tanning bed because all the wires and the plug and everything is on that side of the bed. So I figured, and I can actually test it, I probably should. I figured the magnetic field levels are higher on this side. So when I'm tanning, if I lie on this side, probably slightly less exposure because they dissipate very quickly.
Again, magnetic field's dangerous. UV, that has ionizing radiation, not dangerous.
With proximity. Did we touch on everything? I think so, yeah. So basically just go to Facebook Marketplace, find a bed that's somewhat working. There's so many of these on there, guys, and they're all like $200 to $500 each. Some of them are really cheap. Get an electrician to run your 220 line, costs a few $100, and then replace all the bulbs with the high UVB bulbs. I'll put that website on the screen or something, just so you guys know where I got the bulbs from. But yeah, this was something I kind of had to figure out myself, and it was something I was thinking about doing for a while. So I figured I could share my support me when you're getting a lot of sun exposure. We have all that stuff on. Outside of that, guys, please drop a like on the video, leave a comment down below. Make sure to tanning bed.
That is downright retarded.
Did you know you can improve your health just by donating blood?
You cannot.
Blood is primarily composed of iron, copper, and other vitamins, which most people have excessive amounts of in their liver.
No, most people don't.
Especially iron and copper. So by donating blood and removing it from your body, you then have to use up those stores of nutrients in your liver to create new and fresh blood. So if you're up...
What a moron.
So it's pretty commonly accepted that tanning beds are bad for you. And on a larger scale, most people think the sun is bad for you. You know, more and more information has come out, and people do understand that the UVB rays, the sun exposure on the skin, is actually good for us.
No, there's no evidence that has come out showing UV exposure is good for you.
That's not the main concern. And when talking about the dangers of tanning beds, you know, that's the main downside, the main negative. Oh, the UVB, the rays are going to give you skin cancer. It's complete nonsense. Skin cancer is caused by excessive oxidative stress in the diet and lifestyle.
Oh! What do you think causes oxidative stress, you idiot? It's UV radiation. Why the fuck do you think plants produce so many antioxidants? It's because they're constantly exposed to UV radiation, you idiot. Like, what a moron! He literally just admitted it. That fucking UV is bad for you, and he doesn't even realize it.
And if you're getting sun exposure, whether it's from a tanning bed or the actual sun,
this guy is such a joke.
The issue with tanning beds is the high magnetic...
Yeah, the fucking reason why, like, you know, foods like broccoli or kale or whatever are so high in antioxidants is because the plants need to produce those antioxidants to protect themselves from UV. So he's saying skin cancer is caused by oxidative stress? Yeah, then UV radiation is bad for your fucking skin. What a fucking idiot. That's hilarious. Watch his shorts.
This anti-sugar crusade isn't making anyone healthier. And with the popularity of Diet Coke, keto-style foods, low carb, all of these sugar substitutes, people are getting poisoned. Regular Coca-Cola, high sugar soda, from an organ health, longevity perspective, is better for you than those substitutes.
That is completely and utterly false. Consumption of sugary sodas is associated with fatty liver disease. It also raises triglycerides and increases risk of metabolic syndrome. So that is absolutely false, and you do not see that association with artificially sweetened drinks. Sugar also rots your teeth. So, Frank is dumb.
Your gut bacteria, the microbes inside of you, eat carbohydrates, sugar. It's their fuel to stay alive. When you drink chemical sweeteners...
That is not true. They also, they eat anything. They also feed off of fiber. They also feed off of fat. They also feed off of protein. They don't just eat any one thing.
Instead of sugar, the gut bacteria has nothing to eat, and in most cases, the rest of the meal is so poisoned, you develop an unhealthy gut microbiome. People are
no evidence of that whatsoever.
Blaming the sugary soda instead of the highly inflammatory foods people are eating, vegetable seed oils.
Vegetable seed oils are not inflammatory.
Chemical preservatives.
Preservatives are perfectly safe to consume. They do not cause health issues.
Negative flavorings that plague almost every meal. Next time you get fast food, try having a regular soda and a plain burger instead of a Diet Coke with fries.
Remember years ago when he said vegans are sugar addicts and you should avoid sugar at all cost? And now he's saying, he's literally claiming sugary sodas are good for you now. Like, it's insane. Frank is just all over the place.
Ceruloplasmin is a complex protein in the body that transports and delivers copper, additionally involved in iron metabolism as well as the production of red blood cells. Ceruloplasmin requires magnesium, copper, and retinol, aka vitamin A, to function. Everyone has enough copper and retinol, so a magnesium deficiency is typically what causes ceruloplasmin dysfunction. Vitamin D also requires large amounts of magnesium, which can further deplete your magnesium stores. Most people consume dairy, which contains high levels of calcium. Calcium blocks magnesium absorption, especially when your magnesium intake is low, typical of...
Boring, don't care.
Now, I don't really know how much of a secret this exercise is, because you could always find a video of some golden era bodybuilder doing some crazy stuff. Those always pop up, but I've only seen people do this with cables, and I'm guessing it's not as popular because most people like using really heavy weights, which can make it difficult to do certain exercises like this. So it's basically an underhand dumbbell fly. So yeah, again, normally people use cables, but if you take pretty light dumbbells and you relax your biceps, you relax your shoulders, you can bring them up and really flex your chest at the top. Now,
that is not a chest exercise. That isn't even an exercise. What does he think he's doing?
The difficult part of this exercise is keeping the front delt.
I love how this guy is like, yo, you want to get a big chest? And then no chest whatsoever.
Out as much as possible. So you're really like stabilizing.
Oh my God.
Flaring your lats out, and then you bring the dumbbells up, almost with your back a little bit, but you're really flexing and squeezing that upper chest.
That is embarrassing.
I've suffered from a lot of health issues driven by liver damage from the carnivore diet that completely destroyed my sleep quality for 5-6 years now.
Frank has claimed he's had sleep issues forever, before the carnivore diet. So I don't know why he's blaming it on the carnivore diet. He's always had problems with sleep.
I've been getting better,
James.
But regardless of how perfect your diet is, you still might not be sleeping well. If you do sleep well, God bless you, but I was taking the time to lay in bed for 10, 12 hours. I could not fall asleep. And it could be difficult to figure out what's causing your insomnia. But a good starting point is the EMF, the environmental radiation.
EMF does not have any effect whatsoever on sleep. None at all.
We have a shielding canopy here from WiFiShielding.com. Turn your phone off, stop using it before bed. Next step is your gut health, because if you have bad bacteria in your stomach, that could really keep you awake. So you want a high quality probiotic such as water kefir. Then more in depth, you have to fix your diet and supplement.
So no, taking probiotics will not help you sleep.
Routines, which can take a lot of trial and error. But you guys can check out my recent day of eatings as well as my food pyramid video.
Frank is just a cringe lord, dude.
What's up, guys? This is the last week to order pasture-raised turkeys from Frankie'sFreeRangeMeat.com. I'm out here in Amish country visiting my...
Somebody ought to fucking shoot him. He looks like a fucking turkey.
Turkey farmer. We have the highest quality, most affordable corn and soy-free pasture-raised turkeys available, coming in fresh next week to ship out to you guys Monday, the week before Thanksgiving. And if you decide to buy your turkeys from elsewhere, don't be surprised if you get a extra ring at your doorbell on Thanksgiving and me and 10 big Amish guys right at your front door. Maybe we'll tie you up like a pig and throw you in the turkey barn until next Thanksgiving to think about what you've done. Hey, it's 2023. Some of you freaks might like that, but highest quality, most affordable turkeys online, guys. Frankie'sFreeRangeMeat.com. Support local small business and
cringe
local
lord
farmers. Family friend.
Yeah, what a fucking cringe lord, dude. Well, that's Frank. He's dumb, but we already knew that.
One has that sense.
What is he talking
Maybe
about?
Frank should only sell fruits and veggies.
Yeah, well, he can't sell fucking apples for, like $50, so he's never gonna do that. Thanks for the... Love it when he cries when,
I will buy a turkey if Frank kills it.
How about if Frank dies, I'll pet a turkey. Thanks.
Is his acting good? Did date model so maybe he isn't gay?
With whom have you had this great sex?
I am not gonna tell you that.
Fine. Don't tell me.
Shal Gordon.
Sheldon? No. You didn't have great sex with Sheldon.
I did too.
No, you didn't. A Sheldon can do your income taxes. You need a root canal, Sheldon's your man. But humping and pumping is not Sheldon's strong suit. It's the name. Do it to me, Sheldon. You're an animal, Sheldon. Ride me, big Sheldon. Doesn't.
I had it all planned out.
Planned out? What was that shit in the park back there?
That was me planning everything out. Now take some of the goddamn money. You deserve it. You did great.
I'm not a robber. I'm leaving.
You're not going anywhere. You're an accomplice. You're a criminal now, boy.
I didn't know you were gonna rob a bank.
Now, as you can see, we have an open
This is terrible acting.
floor plan here that can be accommodating to any sorts of adjustments you'd like to make. The refrigerator has a state-of-the-art built-in ice cream machine and also doubles as a hatch that conceals the entrance to a secret system of nuclear fallout tunnels underneath the house.
Could we install a second oven?
She loves to bake.
We could certainly arrange for that. And there's a renovation add-on to the floor plan that allows for the installation of a conversation pit. All right, that's enough experimenting for one day.
Jacob! She's doing great.
Yeah, let's not push it though.
What's your problem?
Yeah, Jacob, what's your problem? Oh, please do tell us.
I had to protect Renesmee from them. When I look at Renesmee, it's like
like a blind man seeing sun for the very first time. Bella, look, it's a wolf thing.
What's a wolf thing?
You know we have no control over it. We can't choose who it happens with. And it doesn't mean what you think it does, Bella.
His acting is really horrific.
What's going on, guys? Today we're doing St. Valentine's Day vlog and let's be friends.
Yeah, this is the video where I proved he just hired this girl to go on a fake date. It was pretty funny. But yeah, Frank's gay. He found this girl on Model Mayhem. I made a whole video about it. He's really dumb. Thanks for the donation, Frankie boy. Yeah, he is gay as gay can be. Shorts.
Are your AirPods making you sick?
No, they are not.
And the last time I spoke about AirPods, I referenced them as the cigarette of our generation. The high rate.
Frank thinks Apple AirPods are as bad for you as cigarettes. That's genius. That's genius.
Radiation levels in close proximity to the brain, very bad because people are wearing them all day long.
So why aren't we seeing a massive increase in brain diseases or brain cancers if, you know, AirPods are a new thing? It's because they don't do anything. It's a type of radiation that's non-ionizing, and on top of that, they don't produce enough energy to raise the temperature of water, so they can't possibly affect your brain.
But the actual physical act of having something in your ear all day is interfering with earwax metabolism. Sounds silly. However, your body has a cleansing process where it constantly pushes out earwax at a slow rate. So if you're spending the majority...
I don't even know if that's true. I do notice that when I wear over-the-ear headphones, or if I wear in-ear headphones, I do get a buildup of earwax, which is why I like the bone-conducting headphones, but again, that's not going to kill you.
Majority of your day with your ears clogged up, you're blocking one of your body's abilities to cleanse itself. A sign of this can be that your sinuses are constantly congested, and the interplay between the
Your sinuses have nothing to do with fucking earwax buildup.
Sinuses and ear cavities become very evident if you do nasal flushes with iodine that I have several videos on.
Your sinuses and your ears aren't connected.
We also have these Air headsets available on Wi-Fi shielding.
What is he talking about? Sinuses, they don't connect to your fucking ears. So where did he get this idea? He thinks your sinuses connect to your ears. Frank is a fucking special boy.
Fasting is bad for you. Maybe you feel better now, but if you feel better not eating, that says something about the quality of food you're putting in your body. Our food and water supply is so poisoned that...
So the point of fasting is to reduce food intake. It's just a novel method of reducing energy intake. A lot of people do have a tendency to overeat, and they might not be eating the right food. So, yeah, again, if you have a tendency to overeat and you have a tendency to eat crappy foods, you'd expect somebody to feel better when they reduce their caloric intake. It's not really the fasting that's making them feel better.
People feel better when they stop eating the poison, but all of those toxins from years of eating those poison foods.
Like, what toxins is Frank fucking talking about? All the shit with fucking toxins, dude. Like, my God.
Are still in your body, ingrained in your cells, your organs, especially your liver. The real solution above fasting is to eat a balanced diet of high quality foods.
Your liver does not accumulate toxins. Frank doesn't really understand how the liver works. Your liver isn't like a filter. It's more of something that triggers enzymatic reactions. So it doesn't just build up toxins.
Mainly organic meat and grains with an adequate amount of fiber to transport toxins out of the body. You have to give yourself healthy food to replace the poison cells.
That is not how any of that works.
Your digestive system needs a medium, that healthy food, to remove toxins. Fasting is just a band-aid of a solution to the poor underlying health that most people...
Yeah, that is not how that works. Frank is really fucking dumb. Grass-fed roast beef, best probiotics.
What's up, guys? These are the natural probiotics I take with every meal. Water kefir.
You should not be taking probiotics with every meal. You will probably cause digestive issues.
Grains and water kefir. By natural, I mean whole foods. I'm sure everyone's heard of yogurt. Many of you are probably familiar with dairy kefir, kefir, however you want to pronounce it. But they have many different varieties of live, active cultures of bacteria. You know, if you just buy a supplement from the store or something on Amazon, totally different ballgame. I wouldn't even consider them probiotics, to be honest. So what I do is I take a teaspoon of water kefir grains, wash down with
fucking stupid
the water kefir, and then I'll continue to drink the water kefir throughout the meal. And depending on the size of the meal, you might have to have more grains or more water kefir. Both of these are available on frankiesfreerangefoods.com, and you can watch all of them.
Yeah, so I've said this before. If you're not used to taking probiotics, like doing something like this, taking them with every meal, it's stupid. You're just going to cause like an allergic reaction, essentially. You're going to cause a lot of digestive upset. And you can get very, very weird symptoms from taking a large amount of probiotics. You can end up having diarrhea, constipation. You can give yourself SIBO, which is like a lot of gas and bloating. You can cause bloody stools. Again, you can get a lot of allergic reactions, so like itchy skin, not being able to sleep, crap like that. It's dumb, and there's no benefit. There's no proven benefit to taking any of these probiotics. It's just assumed, basically, that, you know, there's some health benefit when there's no proven benefit. Let's see. Jesus.
So this girl is showing what she looked like before she took Accutane. I took Accutane almost 10 years ago now.
If you have horrible cystic acne like that, you absolutely need something like Accutane.
And it's part of the reason I'm still suffering from liver damage and digestive issues. You need to understand two things. One,
so Frank doesn't have liver damage. He's just a hypochondriac.
It's only a temporary solution. The real way to fix acne is to fix your gut, which requires high quality probiotics. Two,
probiotics do not fix horrible cystic acne like that. You're not going to fix cystic acne by drinking water kefir.
The way Accutane works is it overloads the body with retinoids, aka vitamin A. So basically all of your...
Accutane isn't retinol, it is vitamin A. It's just very, very high doses of vitamin A. It's not retinol.
Organs, all of your digestive system, it's flushed with retinol. What that does is it displaces some toxins and overloads the body, shuts down your metabolism so that the acne kind of stops coming through your skin. But long term, your body is now going to be full of toxins.
Or no, vitamin A is retinol. Sorry, I thought he said I thought he said carotenoids. Never mind.
Toxins and vitamin A that needs to be removed, which is very, very difficult. Most people just suffer long-term health issues and never.
So yeah, there's issues with Accutane, but look at that girl's skin. So possible side effects of Accutane are hair loss, depression. Seems to particularly affect men, the depression and suicide risk. But again, if your face looks like this, if the choice is being horribly scarred and maybe having issues with, the high dose of vitamin A you're taking, again, hair loss, crap like that, I would take the risk if my face was like this. Again, Frank is a dummy. Double jaw Bimax surgery.
Someone mentioned nerve damage as a consequence of Bimax surgery, and I mean, I know it as double jaw surgery, which I had done about 8 years ago now. The left lower side of my face by the nerve was numb for a few years, but it didn't bother me at all. I didn't really notice it. Although now it's actually kind of restored. So the nerve damage kind of went away, and from a risk perspective, that's pretty low compared to a lot of surgeries. One thing I will mention is that
yeah, the hair shedding on Accutane is usually temporary, but it can be permanent.
It has a very high regression rate. So after people get the surgery, the jaw will actually go back to where it was. And the reason I think that didn't happen for me is because I was actively mewing. I changed.
Oh my God, mewing. Yeah, sure, mewing did it.
So I accidentally added too much sugar to my second water kefir fermentation. So I actually have to let it sit on the heating pad and go for another few days to allow the bacteria to finish eating up the extra sugar that I added. Issue is that bacteria is building up gas while in the sealed container. So about a day and a half into the fermentation, I'm actually releasing the pressure so that the bottles don't explode. So I actually released the gas once already on this bottle. And that's the second release. So when I do this, I hold a lot of downward pressure. I keep it really tight, and I do it very slowly, because if the pressure is super high, even if you're holding it with downward pressure, the lid might just pop off and explode. So it can be very, very dangerous. So when opening water kefir, guys, always keep it in the fridge for 24 hours to cool down the bacterial activity. Maybe even open it outside to avoid a mess.
It makes me wonder, because he's selling this on his website, the water kefir stuff. If he doesn't know what he's doing making it, isn't there a huge risk of contamination? I'm surprised he's even able to sell this crap.
So I'm gonna get a little more detailed on how to safely release the.
Okay, whatever.
If you have been looking for a convenient and healthy way to make your homemade bread, we now have organic instant yeast available.
How is yeast not inherently organic?
On FrankieStrangeFoods.com. We've been selling sourdough starter, but that's very involved. It can literally take 3 days, no exaggeration, 3 days to make sourdough bread. Minimum usually 24 hours, and a lot of timing is involved. If you're working a day job and you have actual stuff to do, this can make bread in 2 to 3 hours. So you don't have to be home all day doing ridiculous stuff. Here are the two low.
Most sourdough is garbage. I haven't even been able to find sourdough here that's any good.
Loaves I just made in a few hours. Not the best looking, but super, super fast, easy, convenient, made with organic flour, and I know where the water's coming from, so I don't have to worry about spending all day and timing everything around making sourdough bread. Maybe we'll do a recipe this weekend, but you guys...
Yeah, sourdough sucks. I don't know why Frank is so obsessed with sourdough. And the way he makes it is terrible.
There are many modern dietary pitfalls that result in our bodies storing excess amounts of toxins and heavy metals, iron being one of them.
whether it's the literal iron filings they put in most cereals or a lack of B vitamins in the diet causing iron buildup.
Most people do not have iron overload, especially if you're a menstruating woman.
Almost everyone has excessive amounts of iron stored in their liver.
That is not true.
Ferritin is a protein in the body that stores iron, and your ferritin blood work is an excellent indicator of your body's iron levels. They say the safe range is 12 to 300 nanograms per milliliter, but I personally was experiencing severe health issues around 300 near liver failure. Could not.
He does not have near liver failure. That's just him being a hypochondriac.
Not sleep at all. Donating blood.
He's saying he couldn't sleep at all because he had high plasma ferritin. He's never been able to sleep. So he's donated blood, given himself like anemia, or not anemia, anemia. And he still wasn't able to sleep. He's done everything and he still isn't able to sleep. So that's clearly not the reason he can't sleep.
Is a great way to lower your body's ferritin iron stores. I personally try to keep my ferritin less than 30 as it builds up every 2 to 3 months. I have several longer videos on my YouTube channel about iron toxicity and hemochromatosis. If you're interested in obtaining a more detailed
clown mode.
Donating blood can be a great way to fix past dietary imbalances. Most people have too much iron, copper, and certain vitamins stored in their body.
Not true.
Those nutrients are contained in your blood as well. The issue is that blood is also comprised of other nutrients and minerals that you're depleting. So you're taking out potentially toxic levels of nutrients, but also possibly reducing nutrients you're deficient in. Normally, it can take a very long time for the body to excrete excess metals, iron and copper, and the negative health effects from having high levels of those can be very debilitating. However, by donating blood and supplementing the minerals you want, such as zinc and magnesium, you can use blood donations as a tool to speed up your health recovery, to remove toxic metals and excessive nutrients from your body. The removal of blood in these health circumstances is a massive relief, as it takes so much stress off the liver.
It is incredibly rare that you'd ever need to use bloodletting to lower your iron stores.
Normally, you can only donate blood every 2 months, but if you have dangerously high iron levels, a doctor can actually prescribe you to get phlebotomies once a week. They take blood out every single week until your iron levels are normal, and moving forward, it's usually several times per year. But if your iron levels aren't super high and your ferritin is elevated, the doctor may not be willing to schedule phlebotomies for you, and you can only donate blood every so often. So if you feel a lot better after that initial blood donation like I did, you might want to donate more frequently than what is allowed to get some relief from your health problems. You can go to different blood donation centers, even cross state lines if you're close. For me, I actually ordered a blood draw kit online and did it myself.
Dude, what the fuck? Why? Just why?
Of course, this is an extreme circumstance where you're figuring out your health issues, might be related to iron toxicity, and you want to get relief as soon as possible. So if you're suffering a lot, can't eat most foods, can't sleep, have elevated ferritin, it might be related to...
Frank is just an absolute wacko. Holy shit.
People start donating blood due to excess iron and hemochromatosis. There are several factors that can dictate how quickly the body's iron stores, aka ferritin, will lower. In cases where it's purely iron accumulation without other factors, you would see a 30 to 50 nanogram per milliliter drop in ferritin per blood donation. So you check the ferritin levels, you donate blood, wait 3 to 4 weeks, and recheck the ferritin to see how much it goes down. For me, it was more than iron. So my ferritin was around 400, but donating blood...
I think Frank is a hypochondriac.
Oh yeah, he is. He believes he has every single medical condition known to man when he doesn't, and he's just being an idiot. Thanks for the donation, David.
Once lowered by over 100 points. That can mean you're storing other toxic levels of minerals and vitamins in your liver and your body. So reducing the iron is just one piece of the puzzle that can help you feel better. And this is a continual maintenance. Once your ferritin is below 30, you should stop donating, but it may creep up over the course of several weeks to months. Ferritin is a very cheap blood test
so it's not a bad idea to check it 3 or 4 times per year. So pumpkin pies are so popular, I had to take a look at the ingredients, and the first red flag is enriched wheat flour, which means that
enriched wheat flour is fine for you. It shouldn't be a staple of your diet, but it's fine to eat some.
they're adding
Like, it's a fucking pumpkin pie. Like, why are you fucking losing your shit over it having enriched wheat flour? It's a fucking pie.
very toxic synthetic vitamins and minerals.
No, there's no such thing as toxic synthetic vitamins and minerals, okay? Vitamins and minerals are vitamins and minerals. They can't be toxic.
B vitamins, the iron filings that are very damaging to your liver. Very bad.
No, it doesn't do anything to your liver.
Anything with enriched wheat flour you do not want to eat. Same thing with the second red flag, which is canola and or soybean oil.
Canola oil and soybean oil are fine for you.
Very toxic.
They are not toxic.
Oxidized.
They do not. So yeah, oils can oxidize. It doesn't matter though. It has no effect on disease pathology.
Inflammatory vegetable.
They are not inflammatory.
Seed oils. So if you make your pumpkin pie at home and just use regular flour that's not enriched and butter, it is already infinitely healthier.
No, it's less healthy, you dumbass.
There's a reason they are able to sell these pies in mass for so cheap at the expense of your health. Save it.
Yeah, it's healthier that they're using these oils like soy and canola oil. They don't contain saturated fat. Chain length of these fats matter. And if you're going to eat something like butter and lard in a pie, it's going to raise your serum cholesterol. If the main fat source in these pies are soy or canola oil, then it's not going to raise your cholesterol.
A few extra dollars. You don't have to start doing crazy stuff, going organic, heirloom. It's already a much better step in the right direction, removing those two negative.
Like, this guy's talking about a pie, too, by the way. Like, it's just so fucking weird how he's like, this pumpkin pie will destroy your health. It's fucking pumpkin pie. It's like telling somebody to smoke, like, organic crack. Like, okay, I don't know what it being organic is going to do.
Most people think turkey is a healthy protein, and that comes from the conventional wisdom standpoint of, oh, saturated fat and cholesterol are bad for you. You want lean, white meat, low calorie, low fat. But that's the opposite of the truth.
No. So, turkey isn't particularly low in fat. It's actually higher in fat in terms of poultry. But it is a better alternative to something like red meat. It's better for you than pork. It's better for you than steak. And yeah, it's lower in saturated fat. So it's better for you. It's still horribly unethical, and it's still not a health food.
You know, grown in mass, conventional butterball turkeys are fed the cheapest feedlot corn and soy like nonsense that you don't.
Feeding them corn and soy does not substantially affect the nutrient profile of a turkey.
Don't want in your body. It's high omega-6. It's inflammatory.
Omega-6 fats are not inflammatory.
It's full of allergens. It's full of toxins.
It is not.
That low-quality protein is what your cells are going to be composed of. So if you...
Yeah, low-quality protein is what your cells are going to be composed of. Look at me, made up of low-quality protein. Fucking moron.
You're just at a get-together, even grain-fed beef, the regular store-bought feedlot beef is a much better option than poultry.
It is not.
Because of how the cows process the feed. So, you know, maybe think twice before having...
Frank has no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
That dry, disgusting turkey, thinking that is the healthy...
What an absolute moron.
Frank, how many turkeys died for your business?
Yeah, I could swear he sold turkey before. Like, hasn't he sold turkey? He's a fucking asshole. Thanks for the donation though, James.
What's up, guys? For Black Friday, we are continuing the free raw butter on Frankie's Free Range Meat, and we have a 5% discount on all of the other shops. Let me show you. We have plenty of grass-fed A2A2 raw butter available for you guys, free with every single order on Frankie's Free Range Meat, probably for the next week or two. So just by placing...
Isn't like raw dairy illegal? How does he sell this shit?
An order on the meat website, that will come free with your order. And then for organ supplements, Wi-Fi shielding, and Frankie's Naturals, if you enter the code Black Friday 5 at checkout, you will receive a 5% discount on all orders. So on organ supplements, we recently restocked all of the grass-fed bovine glandular powders. On Wi-Fi shielding, we just got in some of our silver-lined baseball caps. And on Frankie's Naturals, we have just about everything in stock. So if you guys want to support small business, you can...
Oh, Frank. So stupid. Why would anybody buy this shit from him?
What's up, guys? We made organic raw cookie dough for the holidays using only the highest quality ingredients, grass-fed A2 raw butter from a local farm. Didn't even melt it, just let it get to room temperature to mix in with the sugar. We have pasture-raised corn and soy-free eggs from a local farm as well. And then we mix that with organic flour, organic vanilla, organic chocolate chips, sea salt to make the highest quality cookie dough that has ever existed. No chemicals, no preservatives, no baking soda, no leavening, nothing.
Yeah, so unlike vegan cookies that you could make at home, these contain more saturated fat and more animal suffering.
Frankie'sFreeRangeMeat.com, very, very special product. I hope you guys enjoy this, and compare it to like Cabela's and these other cookie doughs that aren't even organic, we're actually at the same price. So, maybe limited time offer, maybe not, but you guys...
How much is this bullshit? Let me see. $15 for a tiny little bit of cookie dough. What he just scams everybody. That is not fucking worth it. Well, that's Frank. Jim donated to uploaded. He looks so bad, dude. Oh my god.
What's up, guys? We are extending the 33,000 giveaway to blind Americans to all mentally disabled people. Apparently, there's not as many blind people as I thought, and I didn't get that many emails. So if you've been a customer of mine at any point in the past and you have a friend, family...
This is a scam. So he took out a $33,000 loan to be able to afford the surgery, and now he's saying he is going to give away $33,000 when he doesn't even have the money. He had to take out a loan for the surgery.
Relative neighbor who is mentally disabled, for lack of a better word, retarded, just email me, info@frankiesfreerangemeat.com, their name, proof of disability, whether it's from Social Security or whatever, a picture of them, and we are giving away $1,000 to 33 people. And I don't mean disabled as in you ate too many Twinkies and you're so fat you need a wheelchair. I don't mean disabled as in you let your toxic ex rail you too many times and now you're on psych meds. I mean mental disability, usually born with it. So if you guys have been a customer, info@frankiesfreerangemeat.com. Check my YouTube video yesterday for more.
Jesus, that eye surgery.
Airports, especially on the plane, are very high radiation environments, so this is what I wear at all times while traveling. We have our EMF hood, hat, mask to cover the face to kind of block all the radiation in the head area. And then on both my top and bottom, I have the EMF long sleeve shirt and pants, as well as the t-shirt and underwear. And then when I get on the plane, I usually swap to my head covers and fully cover my head for the duration of the flight. And jet lag, not feeling so good after being on a plane, is from the very high radiation levels.
No, The radiation that you're going to be exposed to on an 8-hour plane flight is about the type of radiation you'd be exposed to in a normal month. So that is not going to do anything to you.
Does Frank suffer a mental problem?
Yeah, he's retarded. He's retarded, he has body image issues, low self-esteem, he's delusional, paranoid. He has a lot of problems. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Of the radio frequency, of the magnetic fields from the engine. So if you wear all of this, you will feel like $1 million when you travel. The only issue is TSA will pat you down. You're gonna go through the machine, it's going to detect a lot of silver and stuff, so they're going to have to search you, which, you know, they've never had any issues. They just searched me and let me through.
What a fucking moron.
Well, after almost 5 years of doing business, I finally got you guys gift cards on Frankie's Free Range Meat, whether it's the holidays, birthday, special occasion, friends, family, loved ones, especially baby showers. Get them started early for optimal physical development. You guys will get a nice little card. On the back, it just says, hey, we sell high quality animal products available on these websites. It's going to come with a really nice quality gloss envelope, so you don't have to get your own envelope, and that's going to be shipped in a very rigid cardboard envelope, so you don't have to worry about it getting ruined. You can send us a custom discount code if you'd like, and then on the website, frankiesfreerangemeat.com, you can select an amount from $100 to $500.
Imagine sitting next to Frank on a plane dressing like that. He would look suspicious to me.
Yeah, and apparently when he's on the plane, he literally wears a bag over his head. I'd be a little worried. Thanks for the donation, Dutchie.
These are the goat testicles we have on Frankie's Free Range Meat, and most of you know by now that eating testicles actually boosts your testosterone.
It does not. Show me one randomized trial.
Same with other organs on the animal. There are bioavailable hormones that we can use.
They're not bioavailable.
To benefit our own health. These goat testicles are only $7.50 a pound on frankiesfreerangemeat.com, which is so affordable you could even feed it to your pets, which is really important because most people don't think that when they neuter their dog, they're basically destroying the animal's hormone production. So this is something.
That is the point. It protects them from hormone-related cancers.
Something you should be really feeding to your dog every day, every other day. You buy a pack of these and
what a fucking moron.
Maybe go through in a week. Like there's 3 in here. This one's a little big, so I would divide this evenly for 7 meals for your dog in the morning.
Like it's so strange. Why doesn't he just recommend people take anabolic steroids? If you're getting testosterone exogenously anyway, why wouldn't you just take anabolic steroids? What's the difference if he believes these hormones are bioavailable? It would be cheaper if you literally just took testosterone.
And see how their energy levels boost and see how much healthier they get. frankiesfreerangemeat.com, go test it.
Frank is an absolute fucking moron.
I just lost 10,000 way better bars. I arrived to the manufacturing facility yesterday.
Is karma already catching up to this kid for stealing my idea? I've been selling Best Bar for about 3 years now. Exact same formula, very unique. Whey protein, beef tallow, honey, sea salt. It's comically ridiculous how this guy copied my...
So apparently Frank is the first person to have the idea of a protein bar.
exact formula, my exact flavors, vanilla, chocolate, and berry.
Apparently, Frank is the first person to come up with a chocolate, vanilla, and berry flavored protein bar. Lionheart.
And even similar marketing, he called his bar the better bar and I'm the best bar. If you guys want the legitimate original product, File a chargeback against this guy, stop buying from him, and place an order on frankiesfreerangefoods.com to support legitimate small business. This guy is a secret society, corporate shill, taking advantage of people like me, legitimate...
Oh my god, he's like fucking cross-eyed now. Jesus.
Small businesses just to make money for himself. I think this guy has sold hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of these bars because people like me are censored and silenced while he gets to keep all the money for himself.
What a fucking whack job, dude.
Asking when the best bars are going to be back in stock. We have them available for pre-order on the website, frankiesfreerangefoods.com, through next week. So if you'd like to get first dibs, it's our original formula, as always. Grass-fed whey protein, grass-fed beef tallow, raw honey, organic chocolate for the chocolate flavor. We got some organic vanilla in there and some sea salt. Also available in vanilla and berry. Highest quality, most affordable, and unique protein bar online. Check it out, guys.
Yeah, these are literally shit for you. They're one of the worst protein bars you can possibly have.
Frankie's Free Range Food.
Yeah, beef tallow, like that's just pure garbage.
Raw ice cream is now available on frankiesfreerangemeat.com. We have vanilla and chocolate.
That looks like nose boogers.
You can tell just by the deep yellow color of this how high quality the grass-fed milk, cream, and pasture-raised egg yolks were. This is made with 100% the highest.
There's no way that should be yellow in color. He did not make this properly. Did he like put butter in this or something? It shouldn't be yellow. Like ice cream's made with cream. Cream isn't yellow.
Quality ingredients to ever exist. This is the healthiest ice cream ever made, basically, with raw grass-fed milk, raw grass-fed cream. We have the pasture-raised corn and soy-free eggs.
What? There's eggs in this. It's ice cream. Why are there eggs in it? What?
We got some organic vanilla in there and organic cane sugar. The chocolate just has some organic chocolate added to it, both with a sprinkle of sea salt. These will come with your meat order, guys, on Frankie's Free Range Meat.
Why did he put eggs in ice cream? Does he not know what ice cream is?
.com, so be sure to try them out. We paid some Amish boys very handsomely to make this for us. Part of the reason I'm going broke, but you guys are supporting local Amish farmers and businesses that are providing high quality products at affordable price.
Yeah, that's literally garbage. Just get some vegan ice cream from the grocery store.
An official recall has been issued for the Way Better bar, citing potential bloodborne pathogen cross-contamination. The owner, Jake Levy, is known to participate in secret society organized homosexual satanic gay sex rituals. He was...
What the fuck?
At an all-nighter, he went to one of these, straight to his kitchen to produce these bars. Apparently there was an issue with the sanitization process, and we were notified that anyone who has purchased the Way Better bar should see a doctor immediately and get tested for any blood.
He literally just randomly found this guy selling a similar fucking product, and he's accusing him of being a gay Satanist.
Bloodborne illness. If you ordered these bars, please cancel your order. File a charge.
Looks disgusting. Frank needs to travel by private rail car.
I don't think he should be allowed to travel across state lines, honestly. And I think he needs to live with a carer. Thanks for the donation, James.
Back, whatever you have to do, do not eat these bars. You may get very sick. If you've eaten these bars, please go to your doctor, get tested for HIV, any bloodborne illness. Guys, you got to be careful when these random strangers pop up and have these super popular businesses immediately. Very, very sketchy.
What a whack job. Holy shit. I hope he gets sued. Like, I guess Paul Saladino has sued him, but I hope more people sue him so he just loses a ton of fucking money for saying stupid shit like this.
Almost instantly after exposing this guy Jake Levy and his Way Better Bar for copying my business, he turned off his stitches, he turned off all his TikTok comments. So guys, go on Google reviews, go on his website reviews, go on TikTok shop reviews, leave a review letting people know where the original recipe came from. Frank Tufano's Best Bar, which is available on frankiesfreerangefoods.com.
Let's even see if it's similar. Better Bar. Is it on
What's up?
His Free Range Foods thing? Best Bar. Whey protein, beef tallow, raw honey, cacao powder, salt. Okay, yeah, it is actually a similar ingredients list. He may have copied the idea, maybe? But, Frank doesn't have a copyright on his product. He doesn't own a copyright for honey and whey protein and shit like that. So what is he fucking complaining about? Like, if you look at any chocolate bar on the market, they're going to be pretty much the same as any other chocolate bar. The same basic ingredients are there.
This guy should be out of business. He should not, I mean, making money off this idea, it's completely ridiculous that he has stolen the exact concept from me.
You don't have a copyright. He didn't steal anything.
Formula, the name, the marketing, the flavors, it is comically ridiculous. How
there are like, with just a quick Google search, you can find at least 2 or 3 other companies that have a name called Better Bar.
Identical this is to my business that I've been running for 3 years. So guys, again, please, any review platform he has these bars on, let everyone know, because he has disabled his comments and his stitches on TikTok. So Instagram, whatever's available, leave reviews, let people know what this guy...
Frank is such a vindictive little shit. Well, Frank's going insane, so that's good. What a whack job. Yeah, let's see. Frank Tufano. The elite copied me again. Best bar stolen. Holy fuck, dude.
Man, it never ends, does it? You guys keep asking me why I don't have a girlfriend, why I'm not married, why I don't have anybody. Because I got these people at my throat every...
You know, I think that eye surgery he had has made him slightly cross-eyed or something, because it looks like his eyes are pointing in different directions.
Day of my life. And I've been copied for years now on a global scale. My ideas being portrayed by shills at maximum popularity. Started with Rat Boy, then Liver King, probably a few dozen similar people, all the animal-based monkeys, a lot of the carnivore grass-fed dieters. And now this guy, Jake Levy, with the Way Better Bar. But this guy copied me. So obviously, it's comical. I couldn't help but laugh.
You do not have a copyright license on your fucking protein bar, dude. Anybody can copy you. This is like fucking Hershey's chocolate complaining about fucking, I don't know, some other chocolate company copying their chocolate bar. There's no copyright license on fucking chocolate.
It was so completely ridiculous what this guy did. Basically, I created the Best Bar a few years ago, very unique formula, and this guy copied the exact formula, flavors, and a similar marketing campaign. He has Way Better Bar using the
What do you mean, similar marketing campaign? Frank's fucking chocolate bar thing looks like shit, and then he actually bothered to make a good-looking packaging.
Flavors and a similar marketing campaign. He has way better bar.
No, for that bar thing, it's just a really bland packaging.
Using the word better, which is comparable to the word best. And he could have at least...
There are at least 3 other protein bars on the market that are called Better Bars.
Use an alias when placing the 5 orders on...
Are his eyes going to stay like that? Cause if so, he'd make a good horror movie character.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure his eyes are gonna stay retarded looking. Thanks for the donation, Fohammer.
On my business this year to test my bar recipe. I mean, it would have been, you know, a better court case. Speaking of court cases, I had the script written up, but then his lawyer sent me a cease and desist letter, which is again completely comical because this is how the secret society, evil, demonic degenerates operate. They steal your idea. You're already censored through their control of the media. They harass you.
Imagine paying 33 grand for a surgery when you could have gotten the same results by having someone hit you in the face with a shovel and taping the sides of your eyes back. He looks like a poorly drawn anime lesbian.
Yeah, somebody should have told him you could just get vegan gains to hit you with a shovel, and probably would have looked better anyway. Thanks for the donation, Adam.
Censor you, they shadow ban you. After he steals my idea, he makes hundreds of thousands of dollars selling my bar at twice the price I sell it for because people actually see his social media content because he's not shadow banned. And then what? When I call them out, he has his lawyers send me a cease and desist. And what? I'm supposed to participate in your secret society-owned court system where you have all the lawyers and the judges in your pocket? It's completely disgusting.
Why does this guy think he's part of the Illuminati? Like, what the fuck? Just because he has a similar product?
Maybe you guys can let Giannuzzi and Lewandin know on their Google reviews, you know, what happens when they represent...
Okay, so now he's doxing the fucking, the law firm.
Secret society thieves and liars. I think both you and your client should join the 40 Thieves. Hey, I'm sure they got more than 2 spots available. Maybe you can include your parents too. And also, I think you guys got the incorrect email. You sent this to my meat company, which is not really affiliated with my personal statements on my social media pages. A little confusing. Yeah, it's funny. These judges and lawyers act as if...
What? That's your LLC. What?
You think Frank could make a cute femboy? What would happen if Frank was put in a maximum security prison with rapists, murderers and psychopaths? Another one is what would happen if Frank went to the weight room in prison and tried to work a few sets?
Frank would not make a cute femboy. He is anything but cute. And if he went to prison, especially like a maximum security prison, he would get fucked up. More ways than one.
My amendment rights don't exist, particularly the First and Seventh Amendment, but yeah, those amendments haven't proven me much worth in my legal issues. But back to the topic at hand. It's so ridiculous, dude. It's so ridiculous. On his profile, he put that he created the cleanest protein bar ever. Now, the definition of create is to, you know, bring something into existence. And this guy is obviously some type of two-faced demonic shill that will say anything for money. You know, these people have controlled the world for thousands and thousands of years, right? How come they're stealing my ideas? Haven't you guys figured a few things out on your own? Don't you have this recipe somewhere in your list of buried in the Smith?
This is David Icke level conspiracy theory, insane shit.
Smithsonian somewhere, or are you guys too busy stealing money from people and mutilating children's genitals? And it's completely crazy to me that this guy copied the exact formula, exact flavors, berry vanilla chocolate, and just ripped off the entire idea. He purposely did it. They wanted me to respect.
You do not have a copyright on chocolate, vanilla, and berry. Like, why is he complaining? Dude, if you don't have a copyright license on a product, yes, anybody can copy it.
Respond to this in this way. That's the only thing I can think. This was an intentional and malicious act to harass me. But then when I did call him out, he blocked me on all social media, and his lawyer sent me a cease and desist. But
you literally violated YouTube's terms of service and encouraged your own fan base to harass him on both his YouTube channel and other platforms.
I don't know. It doesn't like inside. It said, Frank, they obviously want you to respond to this, but what am I supposed to do? I'm watching this kid make hundreds of thousands of dollars. How is this even allowed? It's completely insane. But that George Carlin quote came to mind.
You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything. They own all the important land. They own and control the corporations. They've long since bought and paid for the Senate, the Congress, the state houses, the city halls. They got the judges in their back pockets. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear.
So this guy Jake is obviously in the club. And I refer to them as that and the elite. I can't name them, otherwise the video would just be taken down. And these people think they own everything.
So Frank believes in the Illuminati, basically. He believes there's like a secret society ruling the world. And whenever anybody's more successful than him, he thinks that they're part of the Illuminati.
They don't believe that you or me as small business owners should be allowed to make money, allowed to operate businesses in their world. So they shadow ban me, they censor me, they steal my exact ideas, they try to ruin me with lawsuits,
Yeah, so speaking of being shadow banned, this guy has literally uploaded YouTube videos saying the vaccine is dangerous. He's uploaded anti-Semitic content saying Jews are fucking scumbag pieces of shit, and then he's wondering why YouTube doesn't promote him in the algorithm. Hilarious.
Ruin my personal and family life. I'm surprised I've even made it out with my businesses. And on top of it, they make millions, if not billions of dollars off my ideas without anyone finding out who I am. If I was born into that, with my creativity, I would have been a billionaire already. Without a doubt, 100% would have been a billionaire. And this is nothing.
Dude, what a fucking moron. With his creativity, you sell fucking meat online. Like...
Nothing short of absolutely disgusting. I can't imagine doing this to someone else. I brought a very unique idea to market several years ago, as with many other products, but I'm not in the club, so I haven't gotten rich off of my dozens of million-dollar ideas. And before you got...
He thinks he's the first person to invent a protein bar. And he thinks that should have made him a billionaire.
I say I should patent my idea. I remember looking into it, and you can't actually...
You can't copyright a fucking recipe.
Patent, like, ingredient mixes. It has to be something, like, then someone would have a patent on pizza, mixing flour, tomato sauce, and cheese. Plus, it costs up to, like, $10,000 to get a lawyer to file a patent, which I...
So, like, it's so strange. He literally admits he can't have a copyright on a protein bar. It's impossible. So why is he fucking complaining then? Like, he could go and steal somebody else's recipe for a protein bar. So why the fuck... I don't know why he's making such a big deal out of this. if he knows that there's no copyright license on anything he's making? Ben donated.
I couldn't afford. I haven't made much money off of these bars. You could trademark it, but that's just for the name. It's not really that important. So it's, legally speaking, you know, if I patented all my recipes on my business, I couldn't even afford to. I would be broke. And these people...
You can't patent a recipe.
...would be instantly canceled if everyone knew what was going on. The whole situation is so ridiculous, he shouldn't be allowed to do it. But they control all of the media platforms. And with stuff like this, you can see how easy it is for them to rewrite history. Me, who's been doing this for 7 to 8 years on YouTube, who's probably helped more people legitimately than anyone else, and I will put my nutritional knowledge up against any doctor, anyone that has ever existed that I know on this planet right now. And that's not an exaggeration.
This is a guy who lost a debate to me 3 times.
You know, through what I've...
And used to claim that blueberries cause diabetes.
And through the nutritional research, the liver damage, I've never seen anyone produce anything close to the content that I'm producing in pertaining to health. And some random kid comes around, steals my idea, and it's like I don't exist. It's completely crazy. And someone actually left a comment of what's probably going to happen. And it's what's happened with every one of my interactions with these people who think they are...
Dude, I hope he gets sued again for slander and harassment. That'd be great.
...above everyone else. He's protected. They own everything. They'll just get the negative reviews removed, taken down. It sucks, buddy. And as much as that's probably true, the only thing I can do is expose these people as much as possible through the platforms that I have access to. That's the only thing I can do. I told you guys, the court system...
Dude, like, Frank seems like he's genuinely unraveling and becoming completely unhinged. He's calling somebody a satanic pedophile, like, Satan worshiper who's part of the Illuminati because he's selling the same basic protein bar he is.
They own everything. The only way is to publicly let as many people know what they're doing to you, and then sometimes they back off a little bit because they're not allowed to just do whatever they want, believe it or not. And I started my journey to help as many people as possible, so you know that's my focus. I didn't even want to make this video. I didn't want to talk about this guy. You know, am I supposed to spend every second exposing these people harassing me every week, stealing my ideas and pretending to have the same intention when their only goal is to steal money from people and their greed? He could have come up with his own idea, a recipe or something really easy. Instead, as I said, he decided to maliciously take advantage of a legitimate small business while pretending to be one himself. He made up this whole story. Oh, I dropped out of school and put all my savings into starting this bar company. No, you're a secret society shill using the money that your family has made off of taking advantage of people for generations and generations, and you're pretending to be a legitimate small business.
Jesus.
And this needs to be exposed more. There's a lot of these elite-owned companies pretending to be one guy owning a small business, yet their popularity and views and sales are high because the owners of the media companies are funneling themselves as they are in the club. I mean, the other people that copy me, it was pretty obvious because I was the first person talking about stuff like that, and then they started talking about it. But since no one really knew about my channel, it's really, you know, who brings it to the most amount of people as quickly as possible, and then people know that person, despite me having it for years and years before. But hey, when these people leave this planet and they end up upside down on a cross, being whipped by some goat-faced demon for God knows how many years, maybe it will get them to reconsider their actions in the next life they have. But hey, Jake Levy, maybe now you can afford to pay for those pretty boys that want to play with me for free, you know? And who knows, maybe if you steal more of my ideas and make enough money, I'll let you suck my long fucking dick, right? Fucking weirdo freak.
A guy who looks like this is calling somebody a weirdo freak. Oh my god, dude. Holy shit.
Times their thoughts.
For some reason, the way Frank looks like after his surgery reminds me of having the eyes like spiders. Would you agree? Also, check out this bear and a mirror.
Yeah, I do see the resemblance between Frank and spiders. No, Ben.
I'm staring into Frank's eyes. You wanna know what I see? Nothing has changed at all. They don't look better, they don't look worse, they look exactly the same. And he took a loan to get this done. Lol, he is his own worst enemy.
They look worse. Look at a video of him from like a week ago, and now he looks worse. He looks like he has a botched cosmetic surgery. It's like he's slightly more Asian and retarded. Thanks for that, Tufano.
What's up? How are you guys this weekend? We had...
Oh my god. Frank literally looks like an Asian person with Down syndrome now. Like, the fucking cosmetic surgery is so bad.
Let's take a break from the Korean girls before Kim Jong-un starts coming after me. So today we have low carb love, realistic meals for weight loss, and a lot of you guys are talking trash about my eye surgery, calling me bogged, saying I look like a 70-year-old Chinese man. Look, in 2 months you guys can say that stuff. For now, I'm still recovering from the surgery. We don't know what it's going to look like. I mean, the surgeon is the best guy in the world. Like, I trust his expertise. I wouldn't have gotten it done. So, again, guys, you can call me bogged in 2 months. But until then, you guys should chill out, please.
He doesn't even know the proper term. It's botched.
On topic. On topic.
Welcome back to my channel. I'm Myra from Low Carb Love. Now, for those of you that don't know me, I've lost over 100 pounds and I've been maintaining my weight for over 15 years. So today I want to do a realistic what I eat in a day. So there are days where I am super.
I mean, you guys kind of know my new opinions on low carb diets. We've made several videos in the past year or so about how keto is bad for you. You know, you have kidney issues, liver issues, how these diets are like temporary band-aids for weight loss. And you're trading, you know, the weight loss for liver damage. You're losing weight, but you're damaging your internal organs.
Clean, super high protein. But today I just want to show you some of my favorite meals. I love Chipotle. I love ramen. I just love a lot of different foods. And I was thinking about maybe showing you how I make like a at-home version of my Chipotle.
Yeah, he looks cross-eyed.
Bowl. I just have my noodles.
So she's like admitting that she goes out and binges and eats carbs. And that was one of the things we talked about in the keto diet, is that you need carbs to have a healthy gut microbiome. It's not possible to have a healthy gut without carbs. That's one of the main reasons keto is not good, or low carb, anything is not good.
That just got here, so I might make like a little ramen with a little egg and so that's what I'm thinking. Right now I'm gonna do my smoothie, so I just figured like I might as well bring you guys along and show you some of the delicious food that I'm gonna be making today anyway. Right now, let's go nourish my body. I'm gonna do a protein smoothie, maybe add a little bit, I don't know, let's just go downstairs. I love smoothies, I love coffee, and we're gonna do a little bit of both to start the day. Okay, so I have everything out for my smoothies. I have vanilla protein powder, chocolate peanut butter protein powder, unsweetened almond milk, and then we have crunchy peanut butter and cinnamon. Now for my smoothie.
I mean, this is like low quality, crappy, low carb. Low quality, low carb. Does that make sense?
Smoothie, literally just a scoop of protein. I do a nice heaping scoop of peanut butter and unsweetened almond milk.
I mean, every one of those foods, it's not organic, it's full of chemicals.
Here we go.
Unfavorable fatty acid ratios, especially the peanut butter, very high omega-6, full of toxins.
Omega-6 is good for you.
And agrochemicals, just very poor food choices. But hey, it's
I
low
almost
carb.
forgot. Cinnamon.
And to be fair, that's a reasonable strategy for losing weight, right? Destroying your liver. I guess if your body can't process the food, you can't gain weight.
Here we go with the liver damage bullshit.
Wait, huh?
And this is it. Sometimes, again, if I want it more like a Frappuccino, I add the ice inside. If not, then I just mix it and add the ice into my mason. Okie dokie. There we are. Yeah. So good. Full of nutrients, full of protein. It's gonna hold me off for a few hours. So I'm gonna get some work done and then I'll see you back for lunch.
So from a nutrient perspective, the main things people are missing are B vitamins and usually heavily imbalanced mineral ratios in the body. So when people think they're having whey protein or whatever and animal nutrition and these really not necessarily doing them any favors, especially if they've been doing it for long periods of time, then you're definitely sufficient in whatever nutrients you think you're getting because you've been following the same diet for how many years?
All right, so for lunch, I'm gonna do a little ramen. I've been craving ramen and I wanted to go to a ramen spot about 20 minutes from here and I'm like, no. We are just going to make it at home, but we're gonna make it low carb. I'm gonna boil the noodles. This ramen is from Emmy. This is a low carb ramen. Absolutely love it. It's also vegan friendly. This one here is the pork. Honestly, I love all of them. The chicken, the beef, they all taste really good.
Pork doesn't sound
They
too
remind me
vegan
of
friendly.
Top Ramen. I don't know if you had Top Ramen growing up. I sure did. So I do the noodles first. And then once they're pretty soft, about 5 minutes, I add in the little
Yeah, the problem
packets.
with a lot of this macronutrient stuff when you're focusing on just low carb is you ignore the food quality and you don't end up being healthy.
And then I love adding in a little egg and some sriracha. Sometimes I add extra things to my ramen, but today I'm just keeping it pretty simple. These have 21 grams of protein and 6 net carbs. I'll leave them linked in the description below. You get 15% off using low carb love at checkout. But if you miss having ramen, or you love ramen,
These people don't understand that the cells in their body, the molecules, are physically made up of what they're eating. So if you're eating low quality stuff, high omega, say your cells are going to be made of that. Your body's just going to be heavily inflamed. So when people are skinny fat or they lose weight on the scale, but their body composition still looks terrible, it's because of the low food quality in the diet.
No, it's because of a combination of the macronutrient profile in their diet and their physical activity habits.
ramen and you want like a lower carb version, this one here is delicious. The texture's so on point, the flavor's on point. Yeah, everything about it I absolutely love. This one is the pork. I usually go for my chicken, but this time I ordered all 3 flavors because sometimes I just need variety in my life. Okay, so my noodles are soft at this point. So I let my noodles boil for about 5 minutes and now I'm just adding in the flavor. I'm gonna add in my little egg. Ooh.
I think we did a healthy udon noodle recipe, and I mean I have udon noodles every night for dinner with the special wheat ones that we sell on Frankie's Free Range Foods. So whatever food this girl makes, like there is a high quality and acceptable version. Like you could find a just plain grass-fed whey protein powder for breakfast and have that with high quality raw milk or whatever. This ramen meal, you can swap out all organic ingredients and be mindful of the seasonings and spices and additives. There's a lot of stuff that can be fixed to make this healthy, but that requires,
He's literally recommending changes that have no meaningful difference. Rather than having whey protein, have organic whey protein.
So Frank looks like Clarence the Cross-Eyed Lion.
I think that's an insult to the lion. I would say Frank doesn't look nearly as good as this lion. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Pretty in-depth explanation and a reasonable amount of food knowledge.
Exactly.
Yeah, he does look fucking cross-eyed. I know he explained the procedure and he said they shave bone off of your skull so that your eyes get set further in. I wonder if it like actually affects the offset of your eyes and it does make you like cross-eyed or something. Because it doesn't look right. It doesn't look like his eyes are pointing in the same direction.
What I was craving from earlier this morning. And you know I'm about that spicy life. Little sriracha.
I mean, if you're craving noodles, but you eat low carb noodles, I'm assuming the craving doesn't go away.
The texture of these noodles are the best low carb noodle I've ever tried.
It's almost as bad as the vegans, dude. Like, these low carb people eating pasta is just as bad as the vegans eating fake meat. It's like, it doesn't make sense. If you're logical and you're in with the natural stuff and what we're supposed to do to be healthy, it just doesn't make any sense.
Perfect.
Nothing Frank says makes any fucking sense. I don't know why something being unnatural makes it unhealthy.
Perfect bite, perfect texture, the flavor. If you miss like top ramen or ramen and you're just staying low carb or just, you know, on a weight loss journey, these are delicious.
Bro, I'm looking at myself. I look kind of evil. I used to look cute. Now I look kind of evil. And imagine if I shaved the curly hair, dude. I'd probably look like a criminal. I gotta be careful with my haircuts now.
Yes. I'm gonna go enjoy this. Get a little bit more work done. And then I will see you for dinner. Okay, so I've already started prepping for dinner. So I'm gonna try to make everything like, you know, pretty quick and at the same time. So I thought about making like this casserole that I really like, but then I'm like, wait, I've been craving Chipotle. So let's make a Chipotle bowl. I'm making mine low carb. I live a low carb lifestyle, so I always-
Her gut bacteria is crying for a giant roll of rice and beans.
Go for some cauli rice. So I'm gonna make a quick fluffy rice. I'm gonna make my meat at the same time so that we can have-
Like, you were craving noodles for lunch. You had low carb noodles. You're still craving carbs for dinner. So you're making mock Chipotle with low carb replacements. It's just...
dinner within like 15 minutes, okay? So the one thing about cauli rice, which if you watch a lot of my videos, you already know, you have to drain the water because cauliflower just contains a lot of moisture. So you wanna drain this out or else you're gonna end up with very mushy rice. We don't want that. We want it nice and fluffy, right? There's just a lot of water in there. So we wanna get all that out. So I'm gonna do a little bit of avocado oil. We're gonna keep this very plain Jane. If I really wanted to be on Chipotle vibes, I should add a little bit of lime juice and a little bit of cilantro to do a little cilantro lime.
The Tommy vibes
rice.
with the accent.
I might do it. Okay, so. Now,
you guys know why most guys like Asian girls is because, and not, I mean, I don't know if this sounds weird, but they look cartoonish, you know? It takes away like the human aspect.
He's saying someone else looks cartoonish.
And the mean and nasty things that, you know, some people do. So when you look at an Asian girl, like, you know, I should just stop myself here, but like, you feel like even if they do something bad, they're like so cute and kind of like, they almost don't look real, you know? All right, maybe I should have said that, whatever.
Usually I do chicken,
maybe there's a word
shrimp,
for that.
Or steak.
I'm sure
That's
the
usually
Japanese
what
have a word
I
for
do
that.
when I'm thinking Chipotle. But since I was planning on
Any
making
weebs wanna
something
inform
else
me?
today, I have ground beef. Still gonna taste delicious. So do not judge me on my ground beef Chipotle bowl. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and add in our meat.
Yo, statistically speaking, what type of haircut do these tall, ugly white
Yeah, this person eats like shit.
dudes that are all over the Asian baby girls, what type of haircut do they usually have? Probably some like budget Wall Street shit, right?
So with the ground beef, because it does have
back hair.
fat, I don't add extra oil. This will actually release some oil, and I sometimes drain it so that, you know, just so I don't eat
Look, while I was out in California, I admit, I bought the good old grain-fed, grade A Angus
Cringe.
ground beef because, dude, whatever they feed the grass-fed cows out there in California, I wasn't having it. I took one bite out of those grass-fed California steaks, and I was like, this is the most disgusting thing I've ever had in my life. So I went right back to the supermarket, and I bought that fatty, sick cow, pink, juicy, grain-fed ribeye. It was a treat compared to that gnarly grass-fed stuff. But no, the stuff we have on Frankie's Range Meat is good. That's okay. But yeah, if you're having a grain-fed ribeye steak once in a while, it's not the end of the world.
Oh my god!
Eating that meat all day, every day, though, is a different story. And the ground beef's a little fishy. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
So much oil. So anyway, I'm just gonna make this really quickly, and then I'm gonna show you how I assemble it. A little cilantro in there, and a little tiny bit of lime. And we'll set that aside. Okay, so I took out most of the oil.
Gross.
And there's still a little bit here, so I'm just gonna saute my onion and peppers. This is kind of like the little fajitas at Chipotle. We're gonna do cumin.
I mean, we haven't spoken about the grain-fed corn stuff, Angus prime beef in a while, right? We haven't. Look, it's just all that.
Frank is the most like fucking annoying cringe lord.
Crap and chemicals and jabs and stuff they give to the cows that ends up in the meat, so you don't really want to eat it. It makes you estrogenic, you gain weight. Well, I mean, you go to Peter Luger, have a steak once in a while, not the end of the world.
Let's do garlic powder, onion powder.
I mean, the dry spices and seasonings, high in histamine, can be inflammatory. I'm really not.
They are not inflammatory.
Not a fan of them.
Okay, so our rice and meat is done. Now it is time to assemble our
That looks like absolute shit.
Okay, so I already have all my toppings prepped. And this is actually like really, really easy if you want to do like family Chipotle night. So we're going to start off with our rice.
So far, the cauliflower with that ground beef and onions as a side dish is, I mean, especially if it was an organic version of that, I would 100% eat a very healthy meal. So I guess we'll see if she makes it bad in any way.
Okay. And now I'm adding my beef.
This looks just disgusting. The
Beef with my peppers. So like the peppers are like the fajitas.
I mean, you need a starch, more carb source,
top it
but
with some lettuce.
at least it's not super inflammatory.
He thinks everything is inflammatory.
A ton of commercial dairy to it. Okay.
So
Never mind.
I tried to place my avocado nice and aesthetic, but then I'm just gonna top it off with my salsa. Yum. You can add in some sour cream. I'm not a big sour cream
Can you
fan.
look at the comments?
I like actually.
What comments am I supposed to be looking at? Oh, like in Frank's vids? Why is Frank upset about others copying him when he straight up copied the Chinese with them eyes? Oh my god. I always suspected Frank being evil, and now with his eye surgery it became more apparent to me. That's pretty funny.
Extra avocado if I'm gonna if I want that creaminess, but this right here is my little Chipotle bowl. I swear to you, I've been craving Chipotle and this is going to hit the spot. I'm so excited.
This woman eats like absolute shit. You know, you can usually tell if somebody's retarded when they just make the most disgusting slop and they're like, oh, this tastes so good, this is like such a great meal. Like when you put this much effort into fucking cooking and it ends up looking like absolute shit like this. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, just regular Chipotle is healthier. You know, beef, rice, and beans is healthier than this. You know? You need the carbs, you need the starch to feed your gut bacteria. And adding spices and seasonings and flavorings that might inhibit your liver function to make up for your cravings is not going to help.
Okay, let's do a little taste. Just as good, if not better. So, here you have my homemade chipotle bowl. This is so much less expensive. I don't know, it's very budget friendly in comparison to going to Chipotle.
Yeah, but if you go to Chipotle, it's not absolute garbage.
Especially when feeding a lot of
Bro,
people.
anything,
But if not,
you can't eat out anymore, dude. I was thinking of opening a burger stand or some type of fast food restaurant in my grocery store because McDonald's is like $15 now just to eat by yourself. It's insane. It's insane. I mean, I'm saying that, but then I'd probably go to these big food distributors and I realize why they're charging $15 for a meal now. But you can't eat out anymore, dude. You can't. It's gotten to the point where I think there's going to be a second wave of like restaurant closures and issues because it's getting bad. It's getting worse now. It's getting worse. The prices don't stop rising.
also make it and meal prep it. I meal prep these a lot because the rice and the meat obviously stays good, and then just do the toppings separately. But overall, this is one of my favorite things to eat, whether it's for lunch or for dinner. It always hits the spot every single time. All right, so Chipotle bowl on point. If you have not tried making Chipotle at home, you definitely have to. My ramen looks good, my smoothie too.
Why does Frank always talk about the liver? He thinks it's more important than the heart, kidneys and brain. The liver is one of the most resilient organs in the body. It's extremely hard to damage.
I don't know. I'm assuming the reason he is obsessed with the liver is because he had one blood test where he had a high liver enzyme count, and based off of that, he assumed he had liver damage, and he's like related all of his health issues to his liver. So I think that's why he's retarded. So
Today has just been like my day. My food has slayed today. And then to finish off with a little chocolate, I'm just gonna have a little, maybe two. You know, depending on my mood, a little coffee to end my day. But,
I wonder how she sleeps.
So good. Sometimes I feel like with dessert, people think like they have to overcomplicate it and make like a whole huge.
I feel like if you're eating coffee and chocolate for dessert, that you take sleeping meds, but okay.
Sometimes just like a little chocolate, a strawberry, a few little berries with some whipped cream or something. Call it a day. So if you like this video, make sure you hit that like button. And don't forget to hit the little...
I don't know if I was a little mean today. I'm just trying to help people out, give them an idea of what they should be doing. But to be more constructive, what you need to do to go from a low-carb diet like this to back to eating carbs again and actually being healthy, I mean, obviously I could just say, watch my YouTube videos, watch my food pyramid videos, check out all that stuff. Number one is you want Wi-Fi EMF protective clothing to make sure your digestive organs are not being inhibited and that you can lose weight and process food properly. And then number two is just go organic, go high quality with everything. Eat whatever you want, meat, bread, fruits, veggies, eat whatever you want as long as it's organic and high quality. Wear the Wi-Fi shielding protective clothing and then take it from there. Then if you do have health issues, if there's things you need to fix, that's a very good starting point instead of falling into some trap like this. Thinking it's the end all be all solution.
she just has a shit diet. Like, she needs to cut out the red meat and stupid fucking low carb crap she's eating and just eat some like fruits and vegetables and have that be the staple of her diet.
But I don't think that a low carb diet should be followed under any circumstance.
That is amazing that Frank is actually saying you should not follow a low carb diet ever. What a change since like only a couple years ago where he was literally fucking claiming blueberries cause diabetes. I don't know how anybody takes him seriously anymore. given the, like, 180 fucking flip he's done, where he said carnivore diet's the best diet ever, you should never eat carbohydrates, and now all of a sudden, just totally doing a 180.
So, VG, would you buy any food at Frankie's free range all natural foods quick food restaurant ?
No, I wouldn't. For one thing, I'd be supporting Frank, which I'd never want to do. And two, I have no faith in him that he would keep a hygienic kitchen.
How are you tonight?
There's no scenario where it's ever the healthiest option. But anyway, thank you guys for joining. If you do want to support me, you can check out frank-tufano.com for all of my interesting businesses. You can...
Well, Frank Tufano was not completely wrong here. He did make the stupid, organic this, chemicals that claim, and then he was talking shit about seed oils again, but he isn't wrong. This woman's diet is shit. She eats like fucking crap. I think we've seen these.
Just about everything we've been
This was made years ago.
told our entire lives is incorrect. From diet to sun, water, and exercise. The modern culture we've grown up in has reduced our quality of life, and for some less fortunate,
That's why we're living longer than any human civilization in history.
it destroyed it.
That was a stupid video.
Hey Frank, why are you always talking about the liver? Well, your overall health is really how healthy your organs are, and your liver is by far the most important organ in your body. It is not even close. The liver.
There are very few things you can do to damage your liver. One is being overweight and having a very high fat diet, or having a diet very high in processed sugar, particularly high fructose corn syrup. And another is through alcoholism. Other than those two conditions, the chances of you damaging your liver are incredibly small. Like, the only other thing is like hepatitis, like getting a virus infection.
Liver is like the master organ. If your liver is healthy, you will be healthy because your metabolism will be better. You'll be able to tolerate so many negative stressors and free radicals in the lifestyle. So very, very important.
Yeah, the likelihood of you getting liver damage, so long as you're not overweight, you're not eating high amounts of high fructose corn syrup, or having a very high fat diet, high in saturated fat, and of course avoiding like hepatitis, the chances of you getting liver damage is like zero. So, oh yeah, and alcoholism. If you can avoid those things, you're not going to get liver damage.
When we say not getting enough sun, most people know that vitamin D is required for hormone synthesis and nutrient metabolism. But what's more significant is not.
Sunlight is an extremely unreliable source of vitamin D. Even people who are white, light skin, produce very little melanin and spend all day in the sun, often have vitamin D deficiency still. So, very unreliable source. You should get vitamin D from a supplement.
Not only the physical appearance, your skin health, the cellular turnover, it removes excess nutrients from the liver. So a lot of the vitamins and minerals in our diet are needed to heal the skin. And when we're not in nature every year getting many, many days of sun exposure, those...
If you get frequent sun exposure, you're opening yourself up to skin cancer, and you're also just going to get skin damage and age faster.
Vitamins can build up in our tissues, and it kind of inhibits our function because we don't have an efficient way to get rid of them.
Why does he look like he's wearing a diaper? Do you people see that? Like, it literally looks like he has a diaper on.
Outside of using them to heal tissue.
The fuck? What a weirdo.
He has the body of an old man.
I wouldn't say Frank has the body of an old man. I'd say he has the body of a 30-year-old who hasn't gone through puberty yet. Thanks for the